Good. So we're going to call the meeting to order, the governing board meeting to order. Thanks for your patience today. It is Wednesday, September 25th. It is now just a few minutes till 11 a.m. The first item on the agenda is the roll call to determine our quorum. Maria, will you start us off?
Ms. Aldine?
Here.
Ms. Bowman?
Here.
Mr. Bass? Ms. Conrad Seda?
Here.
Ms. Faustinos?
Here.
Ms. Gustafson?
Here.
Ms. Hayes?
Here.
Ms. Hill?
Here.
Mr. Henigman? Mr. Keykeper?
Here.
Ms. Lane?
Here.
Ms. Loomer?
Here.
Mr. Rice?
Here.
Mr. Settlemeyer? Ms. Williamson? Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Great. Thank you so much, Maria. Now I'm going to go over our remote and in-person meeting rules for the day. For members of the public who are joining us remotely to observe the meeting, go to trpa.gov. Under the calendar heading, click on Governing Board Hybrid Meeting for September 25th, 2024. There you will find a link to the public webinar hosted on Zoom. To address board members directly with your comments, raise your hand in Zoom by clicking Raise Hand at the bottom of your screen at the appropriate agenda item. With your hand raised, you will be unmuted by TRPA staff and have 3 minutes to address the board. If you have used the dial-in numbers to join us by telephone, you can dial *9 to raise your hand and be unmuted. For items that are agendized as information only, we will hear public comment during the general public comment period at the end of the meeting. For items agendized for action or possible action, we will hear public comment before the board takes any action. To remote board members, if you wish to speak, please also raise your hand in Zoom. You will find the hand icon on the bottom of your screen. Remote board members may not use the chat box to make any comments or to have sidebar conversations. And please remember to mute your mic unless speaking to cut down on background noise. Finally, I'd ask that if any of the board members are on remote, you should turn on your cameras so we can see you. Members of the public who have joined us in person, please use the sign-in sheets at the back of the room to indicate which item you're intending to comment on. And at the appropriate time for public comment on an agenda item, please line up at the podium to speak. Board members who are in person, please raise your hand if you wish to comment and speak clearly into the microphone in front of you. If you are viewing the webinar on a personal computer, please remember to mute so that your speakers are turned off so we don't have feedback. So now I've read all those rules, and we will do that again several times during the meeting. But now it's time for item 2 on our agenda, which is the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Hill, will you lead us in the pledge? Okay, we will now move on to item 3 on our agenda. This is approval of the agenda. Are there any staff changes to the agenda?
Madam Chair, this is Julie Reagan, TRPA's Executive Director. No changes. I will note that we have had a request for the board to pull item number 7 from the consent calendar. My recommendation, Madam Chair, is that you proceed and invite public comment as you would do normally at the end of the discussion of the various consent items. And then at that point, the board, you or the board can decide if they want to pull that item separately. But taking public comment is already on your agenda. So with that, I will also let the board know we have a very big crowd that's here for the Best in the Basin Awards, and we'll get to that shortly. We're going to do our very best to finish the main business of the board around 2 o'clock so that we could begin our regional planning committee. There will also be, I'm sure, a considerable public interest in the Homewood matter that's being discussed. So we'll do our very best to keep moving forward and wrap up the main business in that 2 p.m. timeframe. So thank you for the chance to weigh in here.
Great, thank you. If there's no objections from the board, then I'm going to deem the agenda approved as shown here in our agenda packet, and move on to approval of the minutes, item number 4. We have a draft set of minutes from August 28th, 2024 on page 35 of our packets. Does any member of the board wish to make a change? Okay, I'm not seeing any changes.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the minutes of the governing board meeting of August 28th of 2024 as presented.
Thank you, Shelley. If there's no other questions or comments, I would say all those in favor. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the minutes have been approved. We'll now move on to the TRPA consent calendar, item 5 on our agenda. There are 7 items on consent. 5 items were reviewed by the Operations and Governance Committee, 1 which was reviewed by the Legal Committee, and 1 that was not reviewed by any committee. As a reminder to the public, after board discussion on this item, you may raise your hand in person to be called on, or in Zoom to be unmuted by TRPA staff to share your comments. So I'll start with Ms. Lane. May we have a report from the Operations and Governance Committee meeting this morning?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Operations and Governance thoroughly vetted items 1 through 5 on consent. We are recommending approval of the August financials. We're also recommending approval of $25,000 to the California Tahoe Conservancy from the land bank acquisition. And we're further recommending $171,000 total to El Dorado County for a variety of funding sources: SEZ mitigation, water quality interest mitigation, and air quality interest mitigation for bike paths, bridge work, and stream environment zones. So we're recommending approval of all of those.
Thank you. Do any board members have any questions on the consent calendar items number 1 through 5? I'm not seeing any. Okay, then we'll move on. Haley, may we have a report from the Legal Committee, Ms. Williams? Sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Gustafson. Yes, Legal Committee met this morning. We did discuss 1 item on consent, which was the internal recruitment process for the general counsel position. The committee continues to support that path. As we talked about last board meeting last month, there was a lot of thought that went into that recruitment process and that transition. And so we briefly updated on that and continue to support that. We also heard an appeal this morning that we will also hear in front of the full board. So I'll wait at that point for everyone to make their presentations.
Thank you very much. Do any board members have any comments or questions on consent item number 7? I'm not seeing any. Then we'll move on to consent calendar item number 6, the Quagga Zebra Mussel Infestation Prevention Grant Program application and funding agreement resolution. Information on this item is on page 107 of our packets. Do any board members have any questions on this item? I'm not seeing any there. Okay. So that is all of our consent calendar items. We will now go to public comment on our consent calendar items. If any member of the public wishes to address the governing board on this agenda item or any of those items on the consent calendar, please raise your hand now. Come to the podium in person or dial *9 on your phone. Good morning, Ms. Waller.
Good morning, Ellie Waller. I did sit in the legal committee today. I read the last meeting's discussion on the internal recruitment to replace Mr. Marshall. I'm just curious, how much would it have cost to go out? Not that the recruitment that we previously done will provide a good attorney here. I'm just curious how much it might have cost to go out for a search. I believe the last major external outreach was for Ms. Regan's job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waller. Are there any other members of the public in the room that would like to address this item? I'm not seeing any in the room. Are there any online that would like to address us?
Madam Chair, there's 1 hand raised online so far. Alan Miller, please unmute to make your comment.
Hi, Alan Miller, South Lake Tahoe. Yeah, I think you have my written comment. You have my written comments. And I would just add to that I think it's going to be more of the same if you promote from within, and it's going to be more of the same if you promote from within. Anybody like Marsha Birch, who's already shown herself to be willing to tell any lie on behalf of the agency, had no scruples whatsoever. So if that's the way that you want to keep the agency moving, and instead of Mr. Marshall, we'll get more of the same, and the agency will get more of the same. It's kind of a shame that that the person that you're considering promoting, I spoke at the legal committee this morning, and it looks like there's every intent to promote Mr. St. Michael. And so without any ill will towards him whatsoever, he should know what kind of a criminal organization he's getting into here. So it's kind of unfortunate, I think, that he's excused himself from these proceedings. You know, Marsha Birch perjured herself so badly in the Eisenstein case that I'm just aghast that she's even on your staff. She's a horrible addition, and so elevating anybody like that is just boggles my mind. Unless you want more of the same, more litigation, more lawsuits, more illegal tactics, more subterfuge in the legal department. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Are there any others online that would like to address the board?
Madam Chair, there are no more hands raised to comment.
Okay, then we're going to close the public comment on the consent calendar items, and I leave it to the board for any discussion or a motion.
I move to approve consent.
Thank you, Ms. Aldine. We have a motion. Again, I'll see if there's any discussion on the items. Otherwise, Maria, will you call the roll?
Ms. Aldine,
Yes.
Mr. Bass, Ms. Bowman,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Mr. Keykefer,
Yes.
Mr. Henigman, Mr. Rice,
Yes.
Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer, Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Before we move on to the next item, we need a motion to adjourn as the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency and convene as the Tahoe Metropolitan Planning Organization. Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that brings us to agenda item 6, TMPO consent calendar. There is one item on consent, which was reviewed by the Operations and Governance Committee. And as a reminder to the public, after the board discussion, you can raise your hand in person or be called on in Zoom to be unmuted to share your comments. Ms. Lane, can we have a report on this item?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Weber from TRPA provided an excellent report to the Operations and Governance with a little bit of the history of how this has worked. And also Ms. Reagan as our executive director made some clarifying statements that I thought were very important to just mention at this time. And that is that this is simply a funding and a priority list that CEQA and other environmental requirements like that, NEPA, et cetera, are completely different and apply on a different level. So I thought that was an important clarification. Did I do justice to it? Okay.
Right. As the projects come forward,
yes,
the specific projects move forward, then they go through the environmental.
Right. This is just
review.
Identifying funding and managing it.
Right.
So Operations and Governance recommends approval of the 2025 FTIP program.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions from board members on this? Okay, then we'll go to public comment. Are there any members of the public interested in commenting on the FTIP priorities? Not seeing any in the room. Are there any online?
If any member of the public would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand now in Zoom by clicking the hand raise button at the bottom of your screen or by dialing *9 if you have dialed in. Madam Chair, there are no hands raised to comment.
Okay, then we'll close the public comment and I'll look for a motion to approve this item.
Approved.
Thank you, Director Settlemeyer. Okay, we have a motion. If there's any other discussion, otherwise, Maria, will you call the roll?
Miss Alding,
Yes.
Mr. Bass, Miss Bowman,
Yes.
Miss Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Miss Hill,
Yes.
Miss Faustinos,
Yes.
Mr. Keykefer,
Yes.
Mr. Henigman, Mr. Rice,
Yes.
Miss Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Miss Loomer,
Yes.
Miss Williamson, Miss Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you, Maria. And now we need a motion to adjourn as the TMPO and reconvene as TRPA.
Madam Chairman, I move
Yes.
to adjourn as a TMPO and reconvene as a TRPA.
Okay, I have a motion. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Thank you very much. We will now move on to agenda item 7, administrative matters. 7A is a resolution recognizing former governing board member Jessica Diss, Nevada governor appointee. Information on this item can be found on page 121. And as a reminder to the public, after staff presentation and board discussion on this item, we will hear public comment. So I have, in the powers of chairman, asked our vice chair to read this resolution. I don't have many powers. You all know that, right? They all know that. I'm just making sure the public knows that. So Ms. Williamson is going to read the resolution for you, Jess.
Which I am so very proud to do. Can you come up here, please, Jessica, so we can properly embarrass you in public? It is my privilege and honor to present this resolution recognizing former governing board member Jessica Diss, representative of the governor of the state of Nevada. Whereas Jessica Diss has dutifully served as a member of the TRPA governing board representing the governor of the state of Nevada from June 2022 to May 2024. And whereas as the representative of the governor, she always worked tirelessly to raise the bar on regional planning and help implement environmental improvement projects at Lake Tahoe and in collaboration with the state of California and other partners in the basin. And whereas in her new role as Northern Nevada Director with United States Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, she continues to be a champion for the lake's world-famous clarity, including playing a key role in the 2024 Lake Tahoe Summit, which the senator hosted to an audience of 1,200 people at Round Hill Pines Beach Resort. And whereas Jessica's competitive spirit is alive and well in her quest and success in achieving a perfect score on Lake Tahoe trivia in a post-summit tour. And whereas she faithfully served as a member of the Operation and Governance Committee and the vice chair of the regional planning committees and advocated for TRPA's budget with the Nevada Governor's Finance Office. And whereas Jessica often graced the governing board with the presence of baby Evie, who brought joy to many online governing board members. And whereas Jessica was responsible for regularly occupying a prominent spot in the TRPA parking lot with her red car, which has a license plate that reads "Go Cards," and a unique tree logo showing her Stanford pride while serving as an associate attorney on the legal team from October 2013 to January 2015. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the governing board of the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency does hereby express its sincere appreciation for Jessica's service to TRPA, the state of Nevada, and the United States, and wishes her very well in her future career and family activities.
Hey, were there any board members who would like to? Yes, go ahead, Ms. Hill.
Well, perhaps Ms. Dis can start us off and then I'll make comments.
I think board members first, and then we'll let her go. We have to embarrass her more.
Of course. It's just been a true joy to serve with you, Jessica. I've known you for years prior to TRPA, but your passion for the lake is widely known. And we are so lucky that we have an advocate for Lake Tahoe now at Senator Catherine Cortez Masto's office. And I will miss your grounding our discussion in realistic ways that we can carry out these policies, making sure that we remember that we are a community of families and that we need to remember how families get around Lake Tahoe and supporting that. So you will be missed, and we're so blessed to have you continue on to support our activities at the Senator's office.
Any board members want to top that one? We'll start with Director Settlemeyer and then Ms. Williamson.
It's been a pleasure working with you on the TRPA and also knowing you and your husband in other avenues. And I'm not going to say too much because you're a wise counsel person and also have the last closing arguments. So.
And Jessica, your commitment to public service, she also was an attorney at the Public Utilities Commission, where I had the pleasure of working with her in the GC's office. You are a true public servant. Your commitment to the state of Nevada is almost unparalleled. You are enthusiastic, you're smart and kind and funny, and you succeed everywhere you go. So thank you for everything you gave this agency, and we look forward to everything you do in the future.
Ms. Conrad-Zeta.
Yeah, thank you, Jess, and good luck. And yeah, just hearing your public service record while knowing you and reiterated here is really impressive. And I just also want to note how great it is to have had another working parent. There's many working parents on this board, and just balancing, home life and work life and doing it for the good of future generations is something that was really clear with you. And it's, well, good luck with continuing to be a working parent now and raising baby Evie along with your others, your big job.
Mr. Keycapper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jessica. As your successor, please pick up my calls when they ring through. And knowing Jennifer Crow really well, good luck in your new ventures. Thanks.
Others, I would just say from another California perspective, just not only your passion and commitment and getting through a pregnancy and giving birth and being on our phone calls, for those of you who don't know, I mean, it was just a couple weeks and you were back at it with us, but your knowledge of the basin, your passion and commitment to the basin, but also your knowledge and really understanding the communities that are here all the way around the lake, the California side as well as the Nevada side. It was wonderful to work with you and really appreciated your balanced approach and all of the words my colleagues have said. So thank you for your dedication and commitment, and look forward to continuing our efforts just in your new capacity. Yes.
Madam Chair, if I can just pile on, Julie Reagan. Jessica, I couldn't let you get off the hook without saying thank you. There are very few TRPA board members who have also been staff members. Jim Lawrence was one, but echoing our chair's comments, your knowledge of the region and the system was so beneficial. And I wanted just to publicly thank you for championing the state of Nevada's contribution to our budget and sitting in with us in your early tenure on the board with the Governor's Office of Finance to ensure Nevada's share was up to its 1/3 contribution. We'll always appreciate that, and just what an honor it has been to work with you. I'm very proud of our legal department, and you were a great contributor to that in your tenure with the agency, and also working with you on one of the most well-attended summits in the history of our nearly 30 years of Tahoe summits. We didn't miss a beat, and it's going to be fantastic to work with you in the Senator's office. So thanks for all that you've done for the lake and for TRPA.
Well, I guess it's your turn to rebut those arguments.
Well, thank you everyone very much. I was going to say, first and foremost, my only rebuttal is that this is too much fanfare for 2 years. I don't know that I earned it, but I appreciate it nonetheless. I want to thank you all for today, but also just for all of your collaboration over that 2-year time period that I was on the board. I enjoyed getting to know all of you and working with you, and look forward to working with you in my new role in the future. And I am prone to saying, and Haley and Alexis are most familiar with this, but I am your champion. I believe that public service is so important. I know that you're all here unpaid doing this for, fun or as part of your official role, whatever the case may be. But I think people, it's hard to know from the outside how hard this board works and how hard the staff of this agency works. They're true professionals who really know so much and really bring a lot to the table and make the job easier for the board. So I want to thank and appreciate the staff as well for that. And just a little general, keep your chin up. You're doing a great job. I know it's challenging sometimes, but I'm really grateful as a Nevadan who spends a lot of time at the lake to have you all here, and I appreciate it. And I'll keep going to the California side too. Don't worry, Cindy. But thank you everyone very much.
Thank you. I failed to ask if there was any public in the room that want to follow up on any of on this matter. I'm not seeing any, I know. And were there any online that wanted to address us?
Madam Chair, there are no hands raised.
Okay, I didn't think so, but yes, you got through, Jess. Thank you again.
The only other thing I forgot was the red car that was mentioned in the resolution. I appreciate that it's not in the resolution that that's the car that I hit a deer with. Well, John Marshall was in the car.
Asleep.
On our way to a conference.
Well,
it ran into my car. I just want to state for the record. It was a kamikaze deer. But.
And Jess, we haven't voted on it yet, so we still have time to retract it, I guess. But would someone like to make a motion, Ms. Williamson?
Yes, I would like to happily move to adopt Resolution 2024, recognizing former governing board member Jessica Dis, Nevada governor appointee.
So we have a motion. We've already had discussion and comments, so I'll pass it over to Maria for a vote.
Mr. Bass?
Yes.
Ms. Aldine?
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda?
Yes.
Ms. Bowman?
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos?
Yes.
Ms. Hill?
Yes.
Mr. Henigman? Mr. Kekeffer?
Yes.
Ms. Lane?
Yes.
Mr. Rice?
Yes.
Ms. Loomer?
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer? Ms. Williamson?
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson?
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Great. One more time.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Point of privilege. Is there any way that the room could thaw out a little bit? Like maybe we could get a little.
I
am freezing over here.
I know. We're going to heat up the room while we get to the best of in the Basin Awards. And this is such a great day for us as a governing board. There's so many days that we are challenged with doing hard work, incredibly hard work for the Basin. And to this day always is special in recognizing our partners that are out there accomplishing so many great projects for the best in the Basin. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Cowan to present these awards on our behalf. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. As you can see, very, big time for the Basin, big time for many of our partners in the Basin, in the region. There's so many great people here because partnership is really taking hold, and also because it's how things are really getting done. So welcome, next slide, welcome 31st running of the Best in the Basin Awards. This program showcases outstanding projects that lead the way in environmental stewardship in the region. And this now actually happens every 2 years. So this is the 31st running, but it's like the 33rd year. We updated the program a little bit with the categories because we wanted the categories to now mesh better with the strategic initiative. So that was how projects were nominated this year, is in those categories, and where private property owners fit in for the most part: water quality and watershed restoration. We had a lot of questions about that when we first launched this year's nomination period. Okay, run of show is I invite the project team to come over, stand here, get ready to have, get embarrassed about how amazing they all are, about me saying how amazing their project is. And at that point, I think the chair and maybe the executive director are gonna present the award. We'll take a quick photo. And in the meantime, kind of when that's happening, I emailed out the order of the presentation today. So if the next project team or project owner can kind of just get ready to come up, just it'll help kind of, flow everything, and then also get all of you guys out of here. So thank you very much for your patience. Oh, and Councilmember Bass, if you wanted to sit in staff seats over here, that's totally fine. And it'll just be, 50, 60 minutes or so. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Okay, so first up, sorry, next slide, please. First up is EcoClean Solutions and Partners for Bebot, the beach cleaning robot. The Bebot is a project and a program. Oh, there they go. The Bebot is a project and program that helps sift through the sand on Tahoe beaches to collect small pieces of litter that human cleanups cannot. The innovators behind this project saw a need to remove small particles, wrappers, bottle caps, and small plastics that could degrade and enter Lake Tahoe. This was basically the brainchild of EcoClean Solutions, which is JB Harris, JT Chevalier, and Katie Jo Carringer, among others. The League to Save Lake Tahoe was a major partner, or Keep Tahoe Blue was a major partner in the program, and they have been a big part of the success of the Bebot. The Bebot crew, as you see in this photo here, has actually helped to protect and identify patches of Tahoe yellowcrest, which are an endemic and protected species in the Tahoe Basin, only grows in sandy habitat on Tahoe's beaches. So it's an incredibly important thing to recognize, but then also that they are being extra sensitive to a lot of other environmental issues in the areas where they work. So thanks, you guys.
Okay. Chair first.
Okay. Good job. Next in sustainable recreation and forest health categories is Spooner Lake Front Country Improvement Project by the Nevada Tahoe Resource Team. This has been a long time in the making. There was a big groundbreaking that we all showed up to. There was a ribbon cutting that we all showed up to, but we finally got the snow to melt and we're able to go out and see the entire project and the entire site. So the Front Country Improvement Project for Lake Tahoe Nevada State Park completely redesigned and updated the facilities at Spooner Lake to serve as a major portal for the 60+ miles of trails in this Lake Tahoe Nevada State Park. Next slide. This area will also function as a bookend facility at the south end of the planned incline to Spooner Lake section of the State Line to State Line Bikeway that connects Sand Harbor, Nevada State Park to Spooner Summit on State Route 28. It will also be near the future Spooner Mobility Hub, and it does serve as a major information and interpretive pavilion for visitors to Spooner Lake and the backcountry. The Visitor Center project was comprehensive, upgraded pathways, parking spaces, stormwater treatment, and continuation of the forest resilient and fuel reduction work that received a Best in the Basin award in past years. So this next slide. The long list of partners that you see here shows you what agencies make up the Nevada Tahoe Resource Team, and which also naming yourselves that did help shorten the presentation quite a bit. There's a long-time supporters of the project. The Tahoe Fund brought private donations into the project with a donor recognition program with these beautiful steel iron bears that are part of the project. So well done, everybody. Congratulations. All right, next slide, please. Thanks. The Incline Village General Improvement District Effluent Export Pipeline Project by IVGID and Granite Construction was a real sleeper, right? You wouldn't think that an underground project to upgrade wastewater export line would fit in with Best in the Basin program, but there is a lot more to it. Hopefully by the end of this, you will also be able to have a little bit more patience in waiting in line at the construction stops to get around the lake, because the project does have a little bit longer to go. Well, so Granite Construction collaborated with Incline Village General Improvement District to complete a historic project to replace 5,300 feet of high pressure effluent water line along scenic State Route 28. We know how important it is to continue to update and upgrade Tahoe's infrastructure, especially around wastewater, because of how damaging it can be to the environment, to the lake, and to public health and safety. And all of Tahoe's infrastructure is really kind of aging around the same rate. So hopefully we'll continue to see other upgrades like this come forward. Now, this project, there were a lot of risks involved with it, working next to the existing 50-year-old pipeline, which was actively carrying effluent water out of the basin. Crews worked carefully around this pipeline to ensure no effluent water was discharged, and Granite installed 3 separate portions of the 6-mile pipeline during this phase of the project. The project was extremely necessary to protect Lake Tahoe and public health and safety, but it was also very complex and challenging. The new line that is going in is light years beyond the one it replaced. And it was also outstanding success because for all stakeholders, there were no recordable injuries and there were 0 project environmental issues. And there were many water quality improvements that were able to come along with NDOT in the midst of the project. Well done, you guys. And I let all of the representatives know that we're going to have a major group photo out front, one big single group photo out front at the end, and then I'll be able to use a different camera and get individual groups in front of the sign as well. But anyway, you guys are cool to. There's like a refreshments room next door. Oh, sorry, next. All right, the Slaughterhouse Meadow Restoration and Forest Resilience Project, carried out by Glenbrook Homeowners Association in partnership with Tahoe Douglas Fire Protection District, was a very comprehensive project. You would be surprised. This was in the North Canyon Creek within the Glenbrook region of Western Tahoe Basin. It was in Eastern Tahoe Basin, was envisioned to address both water quality and watershed scale restoration concerns and mitigate recognized defensible space concerns through improved forest health. Now, human wetland impacts in the area really started a long time ago, but also largely in the 1970s, and then exacerbated in the early 2000s, all caused loss of wetland plant biodiversity and the situation that the existing channel was eroding. And it was also becoming overgrown with continuous willow and mountain alder overstory. So wildlife managers with the Tahoe Douglas Fire Protection District determined the area was so overgrown, safe access and egress could not be established to the homes on the other side of the creek during a fire. If you had seen the before pictures, the entire road was canopied by willow and alder. So it was a substantial improvement in safety. It was a 7-acre project in all, but also it was an environmental improvement program project. It increased biodiversity from 9 species in 2016 to 32 species in 2023, most of which were established with hand-harvested native seed from other watersheds in the basin. So outstanding project. Well done, you guys. All right, so the San Bernardino Class 1 Bike Trail Project by El Dorado County in the Transportation and Sustainable Recreation category was an incredible project that we were very, very glad to go and visit because it's very, very beautiful. Too many berries. The project supports the region's active transportation plan, includes a shared use path over the bridge, a bridge over Upper Truckee River, just west of Tahoe Paradise Park. This was open to the public in the fall of 2023. There's a Class 1 shared use path between West San Bernardino Avenue and East San Bernardino Avenue. which is cut off by the river. It provides a connection over the Upper Truckee and access to Washoe Meadows State Park, Tahoe Paradise Park, and the Myers Elementary School from communities on both sides of the river. It builds upon the Myers Bikeway and provides a critical link to the bicycle network between the neighborhood on North Upper Truckee Road, which is a lot of homes, and the community of Myers. All right, that's it. Well done, you guys. Thanks. Good to see you again, El Dorado Transportation Department. Okay, so we can go to the next slide. The Saxon Creek Aquatic Organism Passage Project was in California on the South Shore near the Corral Trail system, and it was actually by the Nevada Tahoe Conservation District in partnership with the USDA Forest Service Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit. And the reason that is because there is so much environmental restoration work happening in the basin that there sometimes becomes a capacity issue. Building the bandwidth for that in the basin is a really great priority, and we see it happening through the forestry program at the Lake Tahoe Community College and other things. But this was an awesome time for the Nevada Tahoe Conservation District to come over into this side of California. So it removed a the hardest two words for me to say, a fish passage barrier, and restored 900 linear feet of Saxon Creek in the Corral Trail area of South Shore, and to restore an impacted stream channel to a more natural function, and upgraded the historic bridge and culvert for stream health, and to remove a barrier to fish and other species. Now, luckily, the project did survive the record winter of 2022, 2023, with adaptive management, and the restored area looks natural, has less vegetation, and features many beaver dam analogs, which are a secret to success in stream restoration. Well done. Yay, we're on the next one. Lake Tahoe Wildlife Hospital and Rehabilitation Facility by Lake Tahoe Wildlife Care was nominated in multiple categories. And there was a lot of great things about the project, which was completed in 2022. But it really stood out in the area of science and innovation, which is a really new category for TRPA this year. That was the BBOT with Eco-Clean Solutions was recognized in that category as well. So each year, Lake Tahoe Wildlife Care rescues, rehabilitates, and releases hundreds of injured animals and orphan birds. This is a new local public health and safety facility, honestly, with accommodation for an on-site caretaker, an animal hospital, long-term intern facilities, and many animal enclosures for wildlife rehabilitation on a gorgeous forested lot in South Lake Tahoe. Lake Tahoe Wildlife Care has operated in South Lake Tahoe for many, many years, as some of you know. The construction finished on their new home in 2022, and it is in science and innovation because of how high tech and safe this facility is for injured wildlife. As you can see, the raptor cage is one of the really great features on site. We have sometimes people from TRPA go and volunteer there and spend time there. So that was a great shot. I remember having a Julie Reagan next to an actual bald eagle. That is not a model. You know, this really fits in a lot with climate change and sustainability and climate resilience as well, because a lot of the work that they have had to do has to do with the increased intensity and frequency of wildfires in the Sierra Nevada, because they do accept animals from far and wide. And also the way the wildlife are coming closer into contact with urban development and human behavior. So again, well done, you guys. All right. Riverside Avenue Affordable Homes by St. Joseph Community Land Trust and many partners was recognized in the new category of affordable housing and community revitalization. So 3 deed restricted for sale moderate income homes located just a few steps away from transit and walking distance to multiple services, including the library, Department of Motor Vehicles, county government offices, the lake itself, groceries, recreation center, the new aquatic center that may be coming online soon, and a middle school and multiple retail and restaurants. So this was largely completed with private donations to St. Joseph Community Land Trust. And the city of South Lake Tahoe sold the land underlying to the land trust for $1. So I don't think that they made out too good on that deal. But because of this, 3 local families were able to purchase each home at a very affordable rate on a 100-year land lease under the homes. The project is deed restricted, helps fill the need for missing middle-income housing in the Tahoe region. Very well done. Thanks. Thanks, you guys. Very well organized lot here, because I think that we're maybe ahead of schedule, which is great, because we are coming up on now this is the final project that we are recognizing this year, but afterwards I will actually show some of the honorable mentions, projects that did not make it in, but were very, very high on the list. But this is the Upper Truckee River Marsh and Marsh Restoration Project. It has just been an incredible project to see come to fruition. It was a very large ecosystem restoration project in one of the most significant wetlands in the Sierra Nevada. The California Tahoe Conservancy constructed 1,200 feet of new river channels, reactivated 13,500 feet of historic river channels, created 13.7 acres of functional wetland from past development, and eradicated 3 acres of aquatic invasive species from the Tahoe Keys Marina. It increased carbon sequestration over 250 acres of wetland, and included construction of a 3,200-foot accessible to all pedestrian trail to Lake Tahoe itself. So the Upper Truckee River watershed funnels around 30% of all the runoff in the basin, and this project combined with multiple river and restoration projects, both planned and completed upriver, moves Lake Tahoe closer to the goal of restoring the lake's famed clarity to 97 feet. TRPA mitigation fees and collaborative funding from many agencies help bring this project forward. The California Tahoe Conservancy also recently celebrated 40 years of implementing and helping fund major restoration, forest health, and bikeway projects throughout the basin. Very well done. Thanks. Okay, I wasn't quiet. I'm sorry. Oh, no, it's because we emptied the room. That's why the applause is dropping off. That is backwards. Oh, okay. Sorry. You guys listen to instructions too well. All right, thank you. Anyway, so like I said, I mean, many projects were nominated this year, and we do often see privately owned projects come forward. In addition to the St. Joseph Community Land Trust project, which was privately funded through nonprofit donations. We also saw the Desolation Hotel come in this year for Best in the Basin Award, and it just narrowly missed. This was by the Pipkin family. It is in the heart of South Lake Tahoe's Hotel District, and this project helped revitalize the state line area. It provided significant environmental improvements for the lake and is steeped in sustainability and the connection to the outdoors. Also, Tahoe City Public Utility District, we reworked the Tahoe Vista boat ramp with an amazing water quality and recreation improvements that you cannot really capture in a single photo. There is a shared kayak storage rack, there's water quality improvements, and there are many more areas that were paved that had previously been dirt right on the lake that now have really, really attractive paving. And the City of South Lake Tahoe's drainage improvement project in the high density neighborhood of the 2nd Avenue area near Barton Hospital is a top-notch water quality improvement project that also solved flooding and street parking issues in a very constrained area. Unbelievable that you think you go back 20 years or so and projects like the City of South Lake Tahoe's 2nd Avenue Drainage Project would have immediately gone to the top of the list. The implementation of these projects is just becoming more and more advanced. And the reason that TRPA actually started this program it's because Tahoe is so different, and really achieving environmental gains in this basin through public projects and private development is very challenging. So it's incredible to see innovation still happening. Okay, so that does it for this year's Best in the Basin Awards.
What an incredible assortment of projects and wide variety and incredible partnerships. I think that's what always strikes me, the multiple funding sources, the multiple funding partners on these projects, and the collaboration that's ongoing. Any other board member comments or?
I forgot the last slide. These were our judges this year. They give 2 entire days of their schedule up during the week. So thank you to Sam, JB, Jeffrey Farron was our intern who did all the organization. Myself and Victoria Ortiz were part of the team, and Megan Kelly. Just so you know, you can see some of those projects were actually received awards this year, but they are banned from doing from voting on their own projects. And when we get to their project, they're not allowed to talk.
Good to know. Good to know. Any other board member comments on this item? Okay, well then we'll move on to item 8 on our agenda today, which is our public hearings. And I'm sorry, 7. It says 8 on my cheat sheet and then it goes back to 7. Sorry. And that is the State of the Lake Report by Alex Forrest, UC Davis, Tahoe. And this is can be found on page 123 of our board packets. As a reminder to the public, at the conclusion, we'll take public comment on this item. So I'm going to start off by Dan Segan introducing Alex.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, members of the governing board. Dan Segan for the record. We are very pleased today to welcome Dr. Alex Forrest of UC Davis Tahoe Environmental Research Center to continue a long tradition of the director of UC Davis, Turk, presenting the State of the Lake report to the governing board. Many of you remember last year and many years before, Dr. Schladow would come and present the State of the Lake to us. As he mentioned last year, he has rode off into the sunset, into retirement. He's actually still active. He hasn't totally ridden off into the sunset, but he's not here today because we have Dr. Alex Forrest here. Alex is the interim director of Turk. He is an associate professor of civil and environmental engineering. His research has taken him to the Arctic and Antarctic, specifically working on a range of problems focused on addressing and understanding the impacts of climate change and warming. He is a pioneer in the use of autonomous robotics to collect environmental data and has over 20 years of experience applying those technologies around the world and in our fair lake. Basically, he plays with expensive toys for work. More locally, he is using those same techniques to understand water quality and ecosystem health in Clear Lake, Lake Tahoe, and other lakes in this Sierra Nevada. So with that, I will turn it over to Alex to provide us an overview of how our lake is doing.
Thank you, Dan. And I've spent the better part of 20 years trying to convince my father-in-law they're not toys. So with that, thank you for having me, and it's a pleasure to be here. And for those of you that were able to attend the State of the Lake, this is definitely a shortened version of that. So the State of the Lake that we had on August 8th. That was well received, and I'm basically going to provide a quick synopsis here. And I know that some of you were also on the TIE committee, where I also presented some of this as well. So starting here with the annual average Secchi depth. So we've had continuous measurements since 1967, and we have many people have seen this. This is part of our long-term monitoring program that's being supported by TRPA and is essential for understanding long-term climate change or impacts of climate change and changes to the lake. The other benefit of our program is that we are one of the few data sets like this in North America. So we really have a unique thing going here. And the Secudus measurements, so is high technology circa 1890, is essentially a plastic plate that we lower in, is only one small piece of our monitoring program. So we've just been going through a monitoring review, reviewing all the pieces of the monitoring program and trying to figure out where we can optimize and where we can improve what measurements we take. However, the Secudus measurement is very good at telling us, or giving at least an indicator of what's going on. So this year's result, and I hate to get into a debate of year to year, and because we really have to be looking at the long-term trends. So it's these long-term measurements that are essential for understanding how a lake is changing overall. But if you look at this trend, we are starting to plateau out if you look at an annual average Secudus measurement, which is good news. Next slide, please. It's even better news if you start breaking it seasonally. So here we're looking at the winter average. And so you can see our last little Secudus measurement, the little white disc at the end, for this would be last year's measurement, because we're averaging the year, looks very promising. And this is partly the result of overturn, where we had an overturning event in 2023 because of the big winter, which brings up a lot of that clear water from the bottom and mixes up in the surface waters. However, next slide, please. This is the summer results. So if you average the summer and winter together, it's looking like this plateau. But if you look at just the summer, our summer conditions are getting worse. And this is something that we need to be thinking about moving forward from both the scientific community, trying to understand the processes in the summer that are driving these changes to clarity, but then also from the management. What actions can we take to help prevent this and help change what's going on in the summer? Next slide. Oh, there we go. So for those of you that know, we have two different stations that are part of our long-term monitoring. We have the Mid-Lake Station. So this is roughly off of State Line up in the northern half of the lake. And from the Mid-Lake measurements, we have, for an annual basis, we have the 10th lowest in historical record. So that's good news, or sorry, that's not great news. Then we have our LTP station. So this is our Lake Tahoe profiling. This is just off Homewood. And showing here that we actually have very good conditions during the winter, 12th highest in the historical record and highest since 1983. But we have our 5th lowest in historical record as well for the summer conditions. So it's the best of times, it's the worst of times. But it really, we have to decompose our understanding of the lake into these seasonal variations to understand the impacts. Next slide. And this also highlights, this is our year basis. So this is 2023. The gray dots represent all the data that's been collected in the last 10 years. So this is looking back at the last 10 years. And the blue dots represent the measurements that we've taken for just 2023. So we take measurements roughly every 2 weeks. And you can see that we're starting to even get out of the statistical variation of the last 10 years. So the lowest blue dot in March 1st, and then the highest blue dot, we're getting out of the bands of what we're seeing over the last decade. And so we really have to have this seasonal understanding embedded in our interpretation of what's going on in the lake. Next. Oh, you'll have to tab through here. I'm sorry. So 5th worst, 12th best. And you can tab one more. So it's all about biggest differences as well. So we're seeing very rapid changes. This is the 3rd biggest difference on record. So a jump from our wintertime conditions in March to our summertime conditions in June is a change of over 100 feet, or just about 100 feet. So the 3rd biggest difference on record. So we're trying to understand what drives those big jumps. And part of the story is around particles. So many people have talked about particles before in the past. And for reference, the width of a human hair is about 10 micrometer. So very small particles is what changes the optical properties of water. So these are the particle concentrations from 1 to 7 micrometers just in the top layer. And what we saw this year was a huge jump in the number of particles in the size class. So we doubled that particle concentration. So that's part of the story as well, that we have a lot of particles in the water, and we're trying to understand where they're coming from to help mitigate their impact. Next slide. So one of the things that hypotheses that we had is that maybe it was an increased inflow. So what we're looking at here is the last 50 or so years of Blackwood Creek runoff. We specifically chose Blackwood Creek because it's the nearest to our Homewood station. And if you look at the annual average, it doesn't look like a very exceptional year. Next slide. Now, if you start looking at Blackwood discharge in a bit closer detail, and tab one more, please. So the highlighted years are the last big years that we've had. So our 2023, our 2019, our 2017 year. So these are the big runoff years and following big snow. And it also drives a lot more turbidity in the creek. Same years showing the particle turbidity as a proxy for particle concentration coming in. So in 2023, we're seeing a lot of particles coming in through the streams into the lake. And this is where we're trying to understand now their sources. Getting down to the small particles that affect clarity, you can see here it's not as big as 2017, but still a very significant fraction as you compare to other years in lower or drier seasons. Next slide. So all of this is in context to the long-term changing trends to the lake. So what this plot is, are single profiles of something called a laser in situ scanning transmissometer. And so,
excuse me?
Yes, exactly. Basically, it's a laser in situ scattering transmissometer. And it measures particles as you lower it down from the boat. So you're not taking samples back to a lab, but you're instead measuring them in situ. And so we're able to gather the top 150 meters. And so you'll see there's white gaps, and that's just where the profiler wasn't able to go all the way down for whatever reason on that particular episode. But what we're seeing is through the last 10 years, we're seeing a change in the baseline conditions. So getting back to this seasonal variation and trying to explain 1 year's data point, it's important, but that overlies this long-term trend to the lake. And this is what we really need to try to understand. Next slide, please. So part of it's fine particles. So these very fine particles that we're talking about, smaller than the width of a human hair. And you can see here that in 2016, at pretty much all levels, so 10 meters depth, 50 meters depth, and 100 meters depth-ish, around 2016, 2017, we saw a jump in these very fine particles. We don't know why. We have some hypotheses that we're working around to try to understand why all of a sudden the lake saw a greater increase in these small particles. These small particles could be inorganic, so basically runoff from sand or decomposing sand, but could also be organic in origin, so changing phytoplankton. And I'll have a slide that I'll show in a second. Next slide. And for those of you that were here for the Caldor fire, this may be a familiar style picture of a smoky day on the water. But this is part of the changing conditions. This is part of what's going on, where climate change doesn't just mean warmer temperatures. Climate change means changing soil moisture in the forests. Climate change means more wildfire. This is a paper that UC Davis recently published this year, looking at the number of smoke days that lakes experience across North America now. And on average, 99% of lakes in 2020 or 2019 through 2021 in North America experienced at least 10 smoke days a year, and we know that smoke triggers nitrogen deposition, but also contributes particles and particles to lake systems. So this is part of our changing conditions to lakes. Next slide. There's been a lot of discussion around mysis and higher trophic levels in the lake. So these are the zooplankton that exist in the lake. And these do influence the ecology of the lake. And in 2022, we had a crash in their population. And again, we don't truly understand why, and we're trying to understand why. But what we are seeing in 2023 and into this year is those populations are starting to come back. So that's part of this changing condition and trying to understand the lake system. Then we also have our cladocerans and copepods, which are our phytoplankton. Those are changing. And then finally, the very smallest levels, and these are also on the size of particles, they're changing as well. So there has been a lot of talk over the last decade of cyclotella, which are about 4 micron in size, so roughly the same size that affect optical clarity. They're the red line that don't really stand out. I'm happy to make these slides available, but their population crashed in 2016. And what's being replaced is Synedra, which is a much longer phytoplankton. And that's that dominant blue line that spiked in 2017 and onwards. So that's part of this story of how things are changing in the lake. Sure.
Is the Synedra like an invasive? It's like, what's the difference between what's just crashing and what's getting replaced?
So we talk about phytoplankton bioassemblage, where some will naturally compete in better temperature conditions than others. We don't know what shifted the assemblage. They both natively were here, but cyclotella were dominating before, and now we're having Synedra dominating, and we're trying to understand what's driving these cycles. So next slide, please. And then the other one is microplastics. And there's been a lot of conversation around microplastics. And I refrain sometimes. I put up pictures of microplastics like this because this is what people tend to think about. But micro really means micro. It means something that you can't see. And that's something that we have a very poorly constrained idea of in Lake Tahoe because we don't have measurements of it. So reliably, the instrumentation can get us down to about 20 micron or even 10 micron. And that's not the measurements that we've made to date. The measurements that we've made to date that DRI and UC Davis and others have worked on caps out at about 335 micron. So much, much bigger than what I would call micro. But the results that we do have to date show that Lake Tahoe, because of its long residence time, has extremely high concentrations of microplastics as compared to other comparably sized lakes. So we have nearly double the plastics that we can measure. And then we want to try to understand what's happening at the smaller levels to understand the optical properties around them. So it's important that we try to keep plastics out.
Well, do you see the technology will get to a place where your monitoring devices will pick up the level of microplastics in time, or is that kind of evolving as we go?
What's interesting is our devices do pick up all particles. They just don't differentiate what those particles are. And when you get down to the very, very small size, it's hard without taking samples and take them back to a lab to partition out what percentage is inorganic, what's plastic, and what's organic. And the technology is just about there, maybe not for profilers in the field, but certainly for labs. And so we need to sort of adopt that into our monitoring programs. So my final message from the State of the Lake report was that climate change doesn't have borders, that we are in an era, when you think about Rachel Carson and the work she was doing in the 60s and 70s with Silent Spring, it was about point source reduction. It was about keeping nutrients out of water bodies. It was about eliminating pollution sources. Now, all of a sudden, we're having climate change affecting entire regions, where all of a sudden the dialogue is about how much smoke we're getting from Canada. And so it's crossing international boundaries. And so we have to be monitoring not just single watersheds, but we have to be monitoring lakes in general and looking out for what lakes drive these overall systems. And so we asked many questions in the State of the Lake. I encourage you to get copies of the State of the Lake. We have them on our website. But some of the questions we were sort of trying to tackle was, how does climate change drive ecosystem shift, affect lake clarity, play with aquatic invasive species and allow different species to dominate, look at atmospheric deposition and nutrient levels, affect forest health, and then what new technologies can we bring to study climate change? And how can Lake Tahoe be a lab and something to help further our understanding of climate change outside the basin? And then finally, how do we train the next generation to mitigate the impacts of climate change? Next slide, please. So for those of you that were able to make it up to Catherine Hayhoe's talk that we had up in February, I believe it was, I think she had a great message that was on climate. Our goal isn't to have the world paralyzed by anxiety, but rather galvanized for action. And for that, we need hope, not false hope that all will be well, because it won't be if we don't act, but hope based on the conviction that if we do something, it will make a difference. And so I think that's part of our role. And part of our role going forward is that we have to continue to take action and inspire the next generation to get involved. So with that, I think that's my last slide. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them. I'm also happy to follow up anytime in the future.
Thank you so much, Alex, and thanks for the incredible presentation. I was able to attend at the State of the Lake presentation at Grand Labac, and so my second time through, I think I'm starting to understand more.
Thank you.
And I'm sure I need to study a lot more. Board members, questions or comments? Yes, Ms. Conrad Seda.
Thanks so much for the presentation and the detail on the work you're doing to get to the bottom, literally the bottom of the Secchi disc. I was wondering if you've looked at all at emissions from recreational activities, right? So boat emissions, petroleum emissions in the lake as one of the potential factors.
So I know a lot of our early work, so the early work of Charles Goldman led to the banning of two-stroke in Lake Tahoe. So that was, I think, the last time where we really focused a lot specifically on boat emissions. We try to understand deposition as a larger whole. So we look at both nutrient deposition and particle deposition. So on part of our current monitoring program, we're out taking samples of atmospheric deposition. And then specific around wildfires, we've been doing a lot of work trying to understand the impacts of localized wildfires. And so Caldor, through the support of many of the agencies in the basin, we were able to have a sampling program through that. We also put out other instrumentation during the mosquito fire, but that's part of our long-term, but differentiating specifically around recreation or tailpipe emissions. It's something I think is a fascinating topic. And I'd love to engage more with both social scientists that are looking at recreation activities and the car usage in the basin, but also the atmospheric science groups to actually get us to understand more what moves the air around the basin.
Yes, Ms. Aldine.
So I guess my question is, you talked about particle deposition from wildfires. I'm assuming there's particle deposition from prescribed burning as well, which obviously is something that we have supported because it's one of the ways of getting rid of excess materials within the basin that could result in a catastrophic wildfire. But do you monitor when there's prescribed burning going on? Do you take separate measurements to determine what portion of those particles are attributable to the prescribed burning program?
No, but that's a great idea.
Okay.
So, I mean, when we've gone out, we specifically targeted major events. I mean, AQI values in the basin over 600. And because that's when the resolution of our instrumentation can really capture that. And then we're trying to understand broader scale impacts. So working with others at UC Davis and UNR, we looked at a series of lakes through an NSF grant across the West during, it was 2022, during the fires of that summer, and trying to understand the long-term impact. One of the interesting things with fire or smoke deposition is smoke itself is about 45% nitrogen and about 55% what's called black carbon, where you basically can't differentiate really what the particle is. And that nitrogen drives growth in the lake when it's deposited. But we haven't been able to tease out smaller sources. And so prescribed burns, I don't know enough specifically about when the prescribed burns happen, but I would say that they're small enough that we can't pick them up yet or partition that out.
Okay, all right, thank you. The upwelling that occurs that accounts for the unusual clarity, I'm assuming there's organic material at the bottom of the lake as well. So the upwelling may, and obviously does, add to increased lake clarity, but I would think that would also deliver more nutrients that when subjected to sunlight could cause the growth of various species, organic species.
Yes.
So it's a mixed blessing, right?
It is a mixed blessing. And that's part of, we may see a good winter and winter clarity, but we may also see, and now we're getting into hypotheses that we're testing, is that we see a response in the summer that's the opposite of what we want, because you are depositing those nutrients. And so if you're not getting regular turnover events, then you're not. So there's two things that happen when you're not getting regular turnover events. One, you're not getting oxygen to the bottom. And two, when you do get less frequent turnover events or upwelling events, then you get the nutrients brought up that can trigger blooms. And so that's part of one of our long-term concerns.
So do you think, and this is kind of projecting into the future, I mean, obviously we're not a closed system, as you've intimated. There are fires outside of the basin, in Canada in particular, perhaps, that are affecting our water clarity. Microplastics are found in the atmosphere worldwide. It's not strictly from local sources. So I'm wondering if what our focus should be. I mean, I understand, how wonderful the clarity is, but we should be focusing on quality as opposed to clarity. If there are so many things that are beyond our control, because we are not a closed system and we are kind of, at the mercy of how other people, control their environmental behaviors.
I use clarity as a proxy for water quality. And so the monitoring program and the monitoring review that we've just been going through has been focused a lot on water quality and all the other parameters that go in. The thing that's very important about water clarity is it's a very important public education tool. It's something that we've been doing for a long time. It's a very good proxy for understanding the quality of the lake itself. So I think both still have to happen, where we have a discussion around clarity, but I think we should be having an equivalent discussion around water quality.
I agree, because even if you eliminate all of the local sources of pollution, let's say we have no more runoff, our air quality, the quality of the air in the Tahoe Basin is superb. We're still going to be, victims of outside influences. So I think it's good to kind of use those as barometers, both clarity and quality.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think Ms. Lane and then Ms. Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question, and that is cloud seeding still practiced in the basin? And if that program still is in effect, how does that intersect with our polluted waters?
I don't know. This is right. So we don't do cloud seeding, and I don't think I've ever been involved with cloud seeding. So
DRI, yeah, that's what I heard too.
yeah, so.
Madam Chair, Julie Reagan. Yes, thank you for the question. Desert Research Institute does practice cloud seeding, but we could follow up on that for you.
Okay, Ms. Hill.
Thank you. And I remember the first Lake Tahoe summit that I went to as a governing board member. It was very tough because we were told about the fire effects on Lake Clarity. And it's so, it does make you feel like, okay, what can we do on a local level to support this? And I love the quote that you ended with. And I'm just curious, I'm sure you speak to scientists all over the world. Have you seen policies on a local level that have helped with this issue on the plastics front? And I know I'm on the TUMWA board, and we have been doing a lot of work upstream to prevent forest fires outside of our area that we typically focus on for our watershed, because we know that the water eventually will come down into our watershed. So you know, trying to maybe looking outside of Lake Tahoe and what that looks like, but also any local solutions would be helpful. Thank you.
So thank you. I would comment that my personal belief is that we need strong local action in order to inspire regional and national attention. And that's what I think we get. We already have that here in the basin. And as an example, we have partners in Quebec, in southern Quebec, where zebra mussels are just getting into the lake systems now. And we've had one small lake, it's a 10-kilometer long lake that is being driven by a small homeowner association, that they went all in on shutting down their boat access to really get scientists invested. And they got a program up and running. And because of that program, they then got the premier of Quebec to then invest provincial dollars in creating a provincial program monitoring the advance of that invasive species across the entire region. And it was the actions of one small local community that really helped drive those steps going forward. And I think we have the pieces and the national attention. I mean, when you look at the federal summit that we do every year, and that level of national attention that comes here because of the fact that we are an icon, and going forward, we are an icon of Lake Tahoe that attracts attention. And because of that, we can help unify others and draw attention to aquatic systems. And it's not just one problem. And that's what, you know, all these different actions, you know, we're talking about microplastics being sort of ubiquitous around the world. There was a publication in Nature about 2 months ago now, finding microplastics in the snow in Antarctica. So this is becoming the new reality, but we have to continue these actions, and we have to continue growing our education and growing our actions and providing a reference for others. And so the model that we've developed here, many of you know Professor Schlato over the last number of years. He's taken this model and he's continuing to work in Patagonia, where they're seeing the same growth and build there that we saw here in the 60s. And they're saying, rather than trying to reproduce our mistakes, they came to him and to UC Davis asking for how to do a planning model so that we don't recreate the same aquatic problems that we created through our development. So that's something, those are the types of actions that we can take going forward. So.
Okay, other questions? Yes,
yeah,
Mr. Bass.
I was just, thank you for all the great information here. I'm curious, so are we monitoring kind of our stream inflows before they hit the lake to see particle levels that may be coming out of certain meadows? And I'm thinking about that also more in the way that when we're doing restoration projects, you know, we have a before and after the restoration project, and we're being able to gauge improvement, you know, just thinking about the Johnson Meadow and some of the things that we're doing here on South Shore, and kind of seeing where we were before the project and where we were after, and being able to gauge it in that sense.
The very short answer is yes. The longer answer is that many of the partners around the basin, whether or not it's DRI, the USGS, UNR, UC Davis, we all participate in the monitoring of the streams around the basin. We have certain streams that are reference streams because we do see a difference between the West Shore and the East Shore and the response of streams because of the different snowpacks and snow loads that we see on the two different sides of the basin. But definitely, definitely we have long-term monitoring sites. Now, specific to certain restoration projects, that we certainly have to research exactly what's there as a baseline. But yeah, yes, there's certainly activity around that.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I build on that? Julie Reagan, TRPA, and Dan Segan might want to weigh in on this as well. It's a great question, and I wanted to do a teaser building off the Environmental Improvement Program Committee discussion around the threshold evaluation report. We do talk a great deal about stream health, and we'll be doing that this fall. In recent years, we've had substantial reductions in loads as the Tahoe's total maximum daily load, the TMDL, has come online. But it's really important to keep in mind historic use patterns and impacts over time, like Blackwood Canyon and agriculture and mining in various parts of the lake have affected watersheds differently. So Blackwood is an area that the Forest Service and many partners have invested a lot of resources, a conservancy, but we're seeing some historic legacy impacts still. And so that's kind of a big scale monitoring lookout. And then we also have, stream by stream and then project specific. So it's a combination of, region-wide monitoring. The program that we've participated and funded for years is really robust and has a track record, I think, building the LTIMP like 40, 50 years. Jan might want to jump in on that.
Dan Segan for the record. So the answer Julie's saying is the USGS has 7 established long-term stream monitoring stations in the basin that provide continuous information on load and particles flowing into the lake. We think those collectively account for about 50% of lake inflow.
Thank you. Well, I want to thank you for the presentation. Just a reminder to the public, comments can be made in our final, because this was information only, can be made in our final public comment period today. But I want to thank you for being here and the great presentation and all the incredible work. We need to know more to do better, right? So thank you.
And thank you.
Yeah.
Big thanks to Dr. Forrest for carrying on the grand tradition of Dr. Schladel's work. And thanks for being here. We know you had a time constraint, so it's been wonderful to work with Alex, Dan Segan, myself, our staff. So thank you for making the time to be here today.
With pleasure.
Thank you. We're going to go on now to item 8B, and this is the Lake Tahoe Dam investigatory work by the Bureau of Reclamation. And then we'll take our lunch break right after this item. So that brings us to item 8B, Lake Tahoe Dam investigatory work by the Bureau of Reclamation, Region 10, Tahoe City, Placer County, California, Assessor's Parcel Number 094-290-033-008-017. Information on this can be found on page 127 of our board packet. And Tiffany, I'm going to turn this over to you to introduce your guests.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good afternoon. I know everybody's probably ready for lunch, so we're going to try to keep this brief. My name is Tiffany Good, Principal Planner with the Permitting and Compliance Department here. And I am here today to kick off this informational presentation on the Lake Tahoe Dam Rehabilitation Feasibility Study. Sorry. All right, so I'm going to start with just a few introductions. So presenting here with me today is Scott Schoenfeld, and he is the Operations and Maintenance Division Manager at the Bureau of Reclamation out of the Lahontan area office. We also have a small supporting cast behind me here from Stantec. We've got Heather Waldrop, Mary Pash, and Colleen Shade. And the Stantec staff have been providing technical environmental support for the feasibility study itself. And then, as you will hear in the presentation, we're bringing this item to you today. You know, there's a lot of very interesting background and historical information on the Lake Tahoe Dam, and then we're going to round out the presentation with a discussion of the details of the feasibility study itself. And then, as you also hear, we're bringing this to you today. Why are we here today? We're really bringing this to you due to the nature and the location of where the work is going to be done. And I'm sure you're all familiar with where the Lake Tahoe Dam is. It's in Tahoe City, up in the North Shore. And the dam has a very vital role for water supply for our region outside of the basin. And it's also an iconic structure in the basin. And while it is currently safe and functional, it is very old. And the Bureau of Reclamation needs to do some investigatory work to understand what may be done to rehabilitate the dam in the future. And as Scott will talk about in more detail, the first phase of the investigatory work is to take some concrete cores out of the dam itself. And then they're going to do some analysis on those. And then that analysis is going to inform subsequent geotechnical work and ultimately a potential proposed project to rehabilitate the dam. Oops. And then my role here today in a little bit is to talk about TRPA's role. So before handing this over to Scott, I just want to mention briefly that Lahontan Regional Water Quality Board's staff up here in Tahoe, they are the lead agency on the concrete coring portion of the investigatory work. And this is being done per our MOU with Lahontan. And Lahontan is expected to take action in about 45 days. The Bureau has completed all of their application process for this initial work with Lahontan, and they're currently reviewing that. And we have also worked very closely with Lahontan on this work as well. So for TRPA purposes, the concrete corings are actually an exempt activity. And all temporary measures that are implemented as a part of the activity are put into place to ensure that the exempt activity remains an exempt activity and does not have any adverse impacts. TRPA will very likely have a permitting responsibility for the subsequent geotechnical work and also any potential dam rehabilitation work in the future. So I will be here to answer questions at the end, but I will hand it over to Scott. Take it away.
Thank you for having me. Again, my name is Scott Schoenfeld. I am the O&M Division Manager for the Lahontan Basin Area Office. Our office is in Carson City. I'm in charge of the facilities that we have on the Truckee River as well as Lahontan on the Carson. So this project, so a little history. Lake Tahoe Dam was constructed in 1913. It's about 18 feet tall. It controls the top 6.1 feet of Tahoe Dam. And as Tiffany said, there's no imminent danger right now. But it is fall. If you go out there, you can see that the concrete is deteriorating. Next. So a little bit of history on how we came into Tahoe Dam. This is our area that we control, both Carson River on the southern side and the Truckee River on the northern side. And ultimately, within the early 1900s, reclamation came about in 1902. And one of the first projects we did was, at that time, was called the Truckee Carson Irrigation Project. And it was to deliver water to the Fallon area. It later became known as the Newlands Project, but it was to provide irrigation for water out there. They knew back in those days that the Carson River wouldn't supply it all, so the thought was, hey, we're gonna augment it with Truckee River water. USGS had done some studies in the late 1890s or in the 1890s into the 1900s, and knew that they're looking for storage and looked at Lake Tahoe. Lake Tahoe was the easiest place to get a fair amount of storage that would help those drought years. Next. So kind of a little history. There was a dam there in the 1860s. So the Newland project was authorized in 1902. We talked about that. So right about that same time, as soon as we decided we were going to do this project back in those days, we looked to Tahoe as a spot. Unfortunately, there was a dam there at the time, and there was an owner of that dam, which at the time was a Truckee River General Electric Company. Their interest in the Truckee River was power plants that they had downstream. Our interest was obviously the water itself to provide for us. So we started in negotiations in the 1909, and at the same time, we decided, with the help of the Truckee Carson or the Truckee River General Electric Company, that we would build this together. Basically, we both provided funding for it. We agreed on, and while we were negotiating, we agreed on a negotiation, 1915, that became the Truckee River General Electric Decree. And in that, again, their interest was a certain amount of flow, 500 CFS basically in the summer, 400 in the winter, that would drive their power plants downstream. What they gave us was an easement around the area for operational control and maintenance control of Lake Tahoe Dam. So 1981, Lake Tahoe Dam was added to the National Register. And then 2008 Truckee River Operating Agreement was signed, but it was implemented in 2015. We'll talk about a little bit more of that later. Next. So you can see the yellow line is our exclusive easement. So we have an exclusive easement on this land that pretty much is as good as owning it. We just didn't own it. The Truckee River General Electric Company at the time maintained ownership of it. You can see Lake Tahoe Dam there, Fanny Bridge, but that is our area that we control. Next. So again, Lake Tahoe Dam was constructed between 1909 and 1913. It controls the top 6.1 feet. That constitutes 744,000 acre feet of storage, which is about 71% of the storage that we have on the Truckee River. So it's very important to us. The outlet capacity is about 2,600 CFS. A lot of that capacity is really dictated by the inlet, right? So the inlet kind of controls it as much as the dam does. And then we have 17 cast iron gates. The reason there are 17 gates at the time was originally it was hand cranked, and so they just couldn't do anything bigger than that and still use it. We have a wooden structure, superstructure over the top. Next. So the operations of Lake Tahoe. So when we took over in the early 1910s, basically the litigation started basically at that point, which led to the Truckee River Electric Decree, or excuse me, to the Truckee River Agreement, to the Oris Decree. Further on down, Tahoe Prosper Exchange was in there, and the Truckee River Operating Agreement. All these things basically go into how, well, we have a federal water master now. That federal water master, he's also the Truckee River Operating Agreement administrator, but he's responsible for the gate, determining how much is going out of Lake Tahoe Dam. All we do, my group does, is make those gate changes. So a little bit of history on the operations of Lake Tahoe there, but all the different things that he has to take into account on how he makes releases are here. And next. So again, the Truckee River Operating Agreement, because of some of the litigation that was going on, especially with the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe, who is the Truckee River, as you know, goes from Tahoe and ends in Pyramid Lake. It didn't go any farther than that. That is the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe's land down there. But in 1990, Public Law 101-618 directed the Secretary of Interior to negotiate a new Truckee River agreement. That became the Truckee River Operating Agreement, which again was completed in 2008, but was never finalized until 2015. And the big part of that is it allowed more flexibility on how we operated all the reservoirs together. Initially, each reservoir that we have had its own purpose, and you could only store water for that purpose in those facilities. Now we can store them in each of them. And so it makes it a lot more flexible. It allows us to store water and lower the amount of water that's in the Truckee River and store that for later time. A lot of that becomes fish water. So it helps in municipal recreation downstream, obviously recreation upstream in the lake, ag water, and there's a huge chunk of fish water that comes out of our reservoirs as well. So what we're here for is what we're going to be doing because of the condition of the lake. We got some bipartisan infrastructure legislation money to do a study of Lake Tahoe Dam and kind of look at how we would go in the future and what we may or may not do, or how we would do something. So we've done some value planning studies. Currently, where we are right now is developing options, and part of that is what we're going to talk about a little bit is just some additional data that we want to get from the dam and from upstream of the dam. So as we go forward, we will be doing feasibility level design alternatives, and then we will, as part of reclamation's requirements for doing a feasibility level study, is we will be doing NEPA, CEQA, TRPA compliance, as well as National Historic Reservation. National Historic issues, as well as ESA consulting, endangered species. It will also be part of that. So the conditions of the dam, you can see, if you go out there, you can see the deterioration. And a lot of that comes from the fact that it was built over 110 years ago. And so back in those days, we didn't have what's called air entrainment. Air entrainment puts little holes, air pockets in the concrete to allow the as the freeze happens to expand that water to expand. It gives it a place to expand. We don't have that in this dam, so sense the deterioration. It is not a very large dam, so we're not necessarily worried about it falling down right now, like I said, but there is a reduced material strength, and there has been effects to the gate operations, which affects our ability to meet all those requirements from all those decrees and agreements that we've talked about. Next. So one of the other things that we have, you can see kind of that in the pictures, we have kind of there's a disbonded spot. So basically when they built this over 4 years, they would build one piece and then they'd come back and build on top of it later. That's a cold joint, and that doesn't get good bonding. And so we've noticed that. And so that's one of the things that we want to look at. It weakens the ability to resist lateral loads, earthquakes, really. And so it's vulnerable to earthquakes. So one of our objectives is really to improve the operational reliability and maintain safe operations, really to make sure it's safe downstream. One of the things, so again, it's over 110 years old. So we did just going back a little bit in the early 2000s, we did some concrete coring to kind of see what the conditions were like back then, and we chose not to do anything at that time, although we did know that there were some issues with it. So what we're doing here is we're going to basically follow that same pattern that we did back then to see how the condition has progressed, to see what we want to do in the future. Next. And so that conditioning, we're in the permitting process right now. We hope to be able to do the work in October, November. That coincides with the lowest releases at a dam. Right now we're at 50 CFS actually we're at 70. In October 1st, we go down to 50. So obviously doing things downstream is better if we get lower, so that'll help. Once we get information on that and get the results, the plan is to do some geotechnical permitting or work upstream to help us inform of potentially moving the dam if that was one of the alternatives upstream potentially. And so that will happen over the winter, hopefully, and that will be done basically on the water. So we're not going to do any land-based boring. It's all going to be barge-based. So next, and I think that's so just so you know, here's all the people I've already talked to, or we have already talked to. So we're kind of letting it know out there again. We know we're going to see people are going to see some action happening out there. And we just don't want people to think that there's something really wrong with it. It's really studying at this point. Who knows? Even after we do the feasibility study, it'll help us determine what we want to do. But even then, it's like you get asked for funding, and who knows when funding. So there's long road unless something really bad happens. And this really is, if something bad does happen, it helps us be much quicker in addressing that solution. Right.
For that.
We're not right. But believe me, I don't wish for it. I don't think, I mean, the problem with this dam is it's so small.
Yeah.
There's not a whole bunch of pressure that it could last for another 100 years. You just don't know. Right.
Right.
And so that's why we're really studying it. So
thank you so much, Scott. Tiffany?
Any questions?
Yeah. Scott or Tiffany, do you have any concluding remarks? And then we'll go to questions. Okay.
No, I don't.
Ms. Aldine.
I think it's fared pretty well over 110 years. It's pretty impressive. So if you end up, as a result of your investigation, constructing a new dam upstream, because of the fact that this dam is on the National Register of Historic Places, would you just open the gates and leave them open and leave the old dam in place as a historic relic? Or
I mean, honestly, that'll come. We have cultural studies being done, and there's going to be some mitigation with SHPO on what we would do, right? Okay. So I don't know the answer to that right now.
Okay.
I guess it'll determine. I don't even know if upstream's the right thing to be doing. Who knows, right? We don't even know if we would even do something upstream. And I think it's in our thoughts right now, but it may be too difficult, honestly. Yeah. Right? And then part of our responsibility on NEPA is to really look in the environment and really look at the best solution, right? Looking at all the things. So that's down the road.
What has historically your interaction been with TRPA? I mean, have you come in for dredging permits when you have a lot of sedimentation building up behind the dam?
So we don't have sedimentation build up here.
It's more scouring than anything else.
So Tahoe is only a couple 100 feet down from the natural rim.
Right.
So all of that has already settled out. We just don't have a lot of room. There's nothing coming into the Truckee River above it. So there's no real sediment coming in. So 100 years, to my knowledge, we've never had to dredge.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
And just I think this is something I learned back when we did the bike trail bridge behind it, that this dam, for the size it is, holds back the most water of any structure maybe anywhere in the world, but certainly in the US is what I believe I learned. Is that sound familiar?
I don't know that.
People are nodding.
I know we hear those
nobody
things,
knows.
but I can't confirm nor deny it.
Yes. I mean, for its size, I mean, it's a
but it is big.
Remarkable amount of water that it holds back, even though it's small in size. So yes. Any other questions from board members? I'm not seeing any, and we wish you luck. We hope nothing bad happens. Maybe just scares us a bit so you get the money if you do need the money. How's that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much for having me.
Appreciate knowing and your diligence in trying to meet. I know you met with me personally as Placer County, but also all the outreach you've been doing to make sure people are well aware of what's going on out there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I think now we're going to take a quick lunch break. I'm going to ask the board members, because we're going to have a long afternoon, some of us, that if we could take a very quick lunch break, bring your food back here if you don't mind, and we'll try to keep pushing forward. We have an appeal that we believe is going to take some time and a few more items on our agenda before we push toward that. Will that work for everybody to eat quick?
So start it.
I'm thinking we try to come back right away at 1 if we can. Just grab our food and
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call the board back to order, and I apologize in advance that some of us are still eating our lunch, but we do want to try to be prompt on our rest of our day today. So thank you for bearing with us, and we are going to go to item 9A. It's an appeal of a denial of an application to reevaluate the IPE score at 1341 Tata Lane, South Lake Tahoe, California. Assessor's parcel number 032-261-002, TRPA file number ERSP 2023-0033, appeal file number admin 2024-0011. Information on this item can be found on page 133 of our board packet. And as a reminder to the public, after the staff presentation and board discussion, we will hear public comment on this item. So I convened with our chair from legal committee, Ms. Williamson, and she suggested we just move right to, well, do you want to go ahead and report?
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Chair. So I will say the committee, legal committee did vote unanimously to deny this appeal, but I do think it's really important that we hear presentations from everyone. There's some complicated issues in this one. So instead of me trying to summarize it, I think we should go right in and let people present.
Great. Well, Marcia, I guess I'm turning it over to you for this complicated item.
All right, thank you. I am Marcia Birch, Associate Counsel, and I'll be presenting staff's position on this appeal. As noted, it's an appeal of the Executive Director's denial of an application for reevaluation of the IPE score. It is, we can go to the next slide. And the next one. So the issue on appeal is whether the parcel is subject to reevaluation under Code Section 53.6.3. And this is a complicated area because it involves the IPE's land capability system, which is very complicated. But today, the issue before the board is the question of whether or not this application for reevaluation meets the criteria in that code section. And we'll get to that code section and how that fits in just a few minutes. So this is the language of the code section, and it's long, but this is really critical. So essentially what this provides is that if there is new information that is available that was not known to or considered by the evaluation team at the time the evaluation was performed, such as existing easements and lot consolidations, then reevaluation of the score could occur. The critical caveat is that reevaluation shall not include determination with respect to the IPE's criteria being properly applied. That determination is included under an appeal. Next slide. So the land capability classification system includes the Bailey system, which was from the very beginning, starting in 1960. And the IPES system was added in 1987 with the update to the regional plan. You can go to the next slide. So the 1987 plan implemented the IPES system for undeveloped residential parcels. It is an objective system that rates the relative environmental suitability of vacant residential parcels for building. Scores range from 0 to 1150. SEC parcels receive a score of 0. Parcels with a 0 score are not buildable, and so how TRPA manages parcels with a score greater than 0 is not directly relevant to this parcel, but it's relevant to the overall discussion and decision today. It relates to the overall system. Under the 1987 plan, only those property owners with IPES scores above what they refer to as the IPES line are eligible to submit an application for permission to develop the parcels. TRPA conducts an annual review. I'm sure many of you are familiar with this, an annual review of each county to determine if the IPES line should be reset. So that formula is based on what they refer to as the vacant lot equation, measuring the county-wide proportion of sensitive parcels available for development. The vacant lot equation must drop to 20% in California and 33% in Nevada before the IPES line is lowered. Retirement of sensitive lots through agreements, public acquisition, et cetera, results in changes to the percentage available. So this is a brief summary of how the percentages of sensitive parcels in each county available for development is used in the IPES system and highlights the importance of the finality of the IPES scores. So IPES evaluation examines site-specific criteria set forth in the code to classify the land capability of an individual parcel. Most of the vacant parcels in the basin, approximately 13,000, including the subject parcel, were evaluated and scored under IPES in the late 1980s, mostly between 1987 and 1989. So the process for challenging an IPES score, next slide. There are two methods for challenging an IPES score. One is reevaluation, which is at issue here today. The other is appeal. So there was an appeal process for anyone who received an IPES score. They had 180 days to appeal that score, and it could be revisited at that time. In 1990, there was a second opportunity. It was added to our code, an opportunity for those who hadn't appealed previously to appeal their IPES scores. And this was all happening in the midst of a significant legal challenge to the 1987 regional plan. And so the IPES process was scrutinized very closely by the courts, and the Ninth Circuit did uphold the 180-day statute of limitations for appeals to an IPES score. So we can go to the next slide, and I think we can skip the next one. Yes, because we discussed that earlier. So you can go to the next one. So this brings us to the appellant's parcel. It's a 16,300 square foot lot in the city of South Lake Tahoe. It was scored by the IPES team in August of 1987. During the time TRPA was scoring IPES parcels, owners were notified and provided with information on how to appeal the score. The soil profile was described and evaluated based on the IPES criteria. The IPES evaluation verified that the entire parcel is a stream environment zone, and the parcel was given a score of 0. The appellant's predecessor in interest did not appeal the IPES score, and it became final. In 1991, the appellant bought the parcel for $8,000. So we can go to the next slide, and these are the field notes. So this gives you some idea. I don't think this is all of the notes, but this is the form that the IPES field evaluation team was using. You can see there under item A, it says that it's 100% SEZ. The IPES notes also indicate that a foundation was graded on the parcel. A 20 by 30 foot seep existed at the front of the parcel with larger areas having moist indicators present, the existence of wet site vegetation, and in the soil test pit, strong bleaching at 32 inches. So all of that is included in that form. And also, if you notice, it's on the piece of it that's on the left side of your screen, item B. There are 2 boxes marked there. One is a question of whether or not the access was in the SEZ, and it's marked no, and whether or not utilities were in the SEZ, and that's marked no as well. That's an issue that I'm going to get back to in a few minutes. I just wanted to point out to you that those boxes were checked on this form. Okay, we can go to the next slide. Oh, this is also from the field notes. So this is just a map that was used by the team as they went through and graded these parcels. You can see there is a note there indicating that the team was aware of the grading on the parcel. And there's also some notes identifying the location of the seep. Okay, next slide. So appellant's assertions on appeal. The first one is that a new survey of the site indicates that the site had been graded before the IPES scoring took place, and that the soil pit used in the IPES scoring was located in the previously graded area. The other assertion is that the IPES field notes indicate that the access and utilities for the site are not located in SEZ, indicating that the IPES team made some kind of an error in concluding that the entire site was SEZ. All right, next slide. So with respect to the graded area on the parcel, this is not new information. The IPES team included in their field notes a recognition that the parcel had been previously graded. Additionally, the assertion that the IPES team did not take into account the existing conditions of the parcel is not an appropriate basis for a reevaluation because it is a challenge to the application of the IPES criteria, asking the question of whether the initial IPES evaluation team properly considered the previous grading. So this goes back to that original discussion that I presented regarding the code section itself. So that sentence at the end of the code section specifically excludes any kind of reevaluation based upon new information that is calling into question the application of the IPES criteria. During the last 30 years, many sites have been altered from either man-made or natural changes on the property, such that today's surveys cannot be relied upon to indicate what the topography of the site was in 1987. Next slide. So with respect to the access and utilities, the 1987 field notes include the checkboxes saying that, that the access and utilities were not in the SEZ. And I think the position of the appellant is that this meant that the IPES team was somehow confused. You know, at the time, there was not a developed access. There wasn't a driveway or anything like that, nor were there utilities. We can't go back in time and get into the heads of the IPES team and why they checked those boxes. But they did make, after their evaluation of the soil test pit and the other elements of the parcel, did conclude that it was 100% SEZ. So, and there has been an occasion that TRPA has determined that new information it was grounds for a reevaluation. And that was in 2007. There was some new information that supported a conclusion that the IPES team at the time that it had scored the parcel had scored an adjacent parcel. They had essentially scored the wrong parcel. And that was considered new information that would provide a basis for reevaluation. We don't have that here. I think the evidence in the files and the field notes suggests that the IPES team was on the right parcel, and they took good records of their scoring. Next slide. So the question, the issue on appeal today is whether or not under the code section that is applicable, there is new information that is not related to the question of whether or not the IPES criteria were applied correctly that would support a reevaluation. This is a strict system. So it results in, you know, here we are 30 years out and things change in the environment, whether it's natural or man-made. And so at this stage, it is tempting to look at a situation and say, well, you know, things may have changed today. But what we have is a very, it's an intricate structure that makes up the IPES land capability system. And when it was adopted in 1987, it was developed to meet the compact requirement that TRPA balance growth with environmental quality. And there had been a lot of push and pull, including, you know, in the political realm and also in the courts. And so when TRPA developed the IPES system, it was specifically to create a robust system to balance those two things, the development and the environment. So the level of development allowed in the region is based directly on the number of sensitive lots that were identified in the initial IPES evaluation and the number of those lots that have since been retired. It is critical to limit the challenge of application of IPES criteria to preserve the finality of the scores given in the late 1980s. If new survey information can be used to challenge the application of IPES criteria today, it would be inconsistent with the clear language of the code, and any IPES parcel could be reevaluated, undermining the existing balance and percentages in each county. effectively doing away with the IPE system. The land capability system was subject to nearly 2 decades of litigation. This is partly due to the fact that the scoring system does lead to significant limits on development. And in the case of SEZ, the parcel is unbuildable. What may appear as a strict result is a critical component of a carefully crafted system with clear rules that has been upheld by the courts. So that concludes my presentation.
Well, thank you, Marcia. Before we move to the appellant, are there any questions from the board members on anything Marcia presented? Yes.
I just have a question on what, like, if we grant the appeal, what are the steps that would happen after that? Like, I assume there would be the request then would be to do a new IPES determination, but what are the cascading impacts if we grant the appeal?
Granting the appeal would essentially, the denial was the application for a reevaluation. So if the appeal were granted, then the reevaluation would take place, which does involve a new score, right? So the reevaluation occurs, a new IPE score is issued. The more far-reaching results of upholding the appeal is that it would create a situation where new information relating to the application of the IPES criteria would now be grounds for a reevaluation. And I think there would be a significant number of parcels that would be rescored.
All right. And then could that be legally challenged, that decision, because then it would be going back on considering new information? So more broadly, right, could a third party come in and challenge that reevaluation, especially if it triggers a number of reevaluations as being inconsistent with the law as written?
Well, and that's the question today, right? The question is, under the code as it exists today, is a reevaluation appropriate where there's new information that relates to the application of the IPES criteria? As far as a broader sort of question of legal responsibility, the IPES system was created to meet TRPA's responsibility to balance the development with the environmental values. Is it whether or not it may in the future need to be revised or something along those lines is a separate issue. But at the moment, it is the system that was put into place in order for TRPA to meet that requirement.
Yes, Ms. Lang.
Are all the lots that currently have an IPES score of 0 privately owned?
No. There have been some acquisition programs where, some of the sensitive and unbuildable lots have been acquired and essentially placed into they've been retired and placed into a conservation sort of status. And what that does is it allows them to be considered retired. And then they don't, they play a different role in the equation at that point once they're retired. But there are some that are still in private ownership.
Yeah, and this would be an example of one of those.
Yes. Yes.
And from the staff report, and I should disclose that I have spoken to Mr. Wendell about this months ago. So not anything current, but it states in the staff report that he bought this property in 1991. And you made reference that the IPES scores were kind of most active between like 87 and 89. That's when we were developing that whole system and assigning IPES to different parcels, correct?
Correct. The system had been adopted in 87. And so the scoring began, this parcel was scored in 1987 in August. It looks like most of the scoring occurred between 87 and 89.
Gotcha. And that's consistent with your staff report, but I just make the comment that a person buying a piece of property in 1991, like the IPES score, just like a lot of things, commodities, there were a lot of things that TRPA instituted that didn't trickle down to, mom and pops residents in the community, and there wasn't really an understanding at that point. So I guess I understand the legal piece of this quite clearly. It's, you know, black and white. It's very clear. But a person that privately owns one of these lots for which they can't do anything with is perplexing to me. And I don't know if you can put any comment on that, or it's not really a very well-formed question. So I apologize.
Well, I think I can address what you're raising. The owners of these parcels received much correspondence from TRPA during that scoring process, providing them with information about the appeal process, explaining to them what all of this meant, and how these scores were being prepared. So there was significant communication with the appellant's predecessor in interest. So your question is, what if he didn't disclose to the buyer? You know, these are concerning situations. It's not something that TRPA has control of. It's my understanding, and when we hear from the appellant, he can speak more to this, but it's my understanding is that he was aware. He just thought that at some point he could, maybe have it revised. So I don't think this is a situation where there was a lack of disclosure. I also think that, the price point on these parcels is a pretty clear indicator that there's something happening, right? So today there are a few other zero scores in the neighborhood near this parcel. The county assessor has them assessed at $13,000, and this one is as well. And there's another parcel in the neighborhood of a similar size that's assessed at, it's also vacant, has an IPE score, a buildable IPE score, and it's assessed at 106. So, there's of course the buyer beware, right? There are some responsibilities when you're purchasing property, to find out what you can about it. If a seller fails to disclose those things, again, it's kind of a situation between parties, private parties, that TRPA doesn't have much involvement in.
Director Settlemeyer.
Thank you. Actually, that question just was answered by that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Just one quick question. So looking at the SEZ, if it were to be analyzed today, is the whole site still considered SEZ, or have we not really looked at that because that was already determined?
Right. So that we haven't looked at that. And this is what, of course, the application for reevaluation wants to look at that, right? So the request is, can we rescore this? Because, climate, and as we discussed, 30 years later, man-made changes, natural changes, there can be changes in these parcels. The question is, we developed a system that really required finality with respect to these scores. And once those were final, the system has now been functioning for decades based upon those ratios. So the question is, should they be reevaluated? The way the code is written is protective of the finality of the scores. So there are very narrow circumstances for reevaluation.
Yeah, no, understood. But I guess I'm in the appeal. It talks about that there was mistakes made based on the survey and I think utility locations. So did we even look at that if there was actually mistakes when the analysis was done in '87? Just because I think that if there was, it somewhat makes my mind a little different on if that's really a zero score if we made mistakes, basically. And I know that's hard to do because it was in 1987, but
right.
Yeah.
So I can, again, it was in 1987, but based upon the information that we do have from the IPES team, they did take into account the grading on the parcel. So what the appellant is urging today is that based upon a survey, it's clear that there was grading. Reduced the natural grade by a certain margin. And what we can see from the IPES team's notes is that they were aware of this grading and they identified it on the parcel. And I think based upon that, did take it into account. It's not new information that the parcel had been graded. So if there was, something in the IPES team's notes that indicated that it was natural grade and there had not been any alterations to the parcel, and now we had new information that it had been altered, maybe that would be a different scenario. That's not what staff evaluated, but that's not the case here. The team did have the information that the parcel had been graded previously.
Okay. I'm gonna, unless there's pressing questions, I do want to go to the appellant. Mike Dill is here to represent the appellants and will provide you the same amount of time as we've had with questions.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Mike Dill. I'm with Aspen Environmental Services, and I represent the property owner, Ted Wendell, who is here today. We were hoping to have our soil scientist, Joe Pepe, here. He did have a chance to make a presentation this morning at the legal committee. Unfortunately, he had other commitments this afternoon, but I will read a statement from him at the end of my presentation. Could we look at the first slide? This was our denial letter for our request to have the property reevaluated. In the second paragraph there, you'll see I highlighted in the yellow the specific language that we use when we read the code as a consultant and we represent our clients to try and understand what are the rules, what are the regulations, what are we eligible to do. In this case, the language specifically states that the owner of a parcel receiving a score under IPES may request a reevaluation based on the existence of information that was not known to or considered by the evaluation team at the time the evaluation was performed. In 1987, the TRPA field crew used the Placer or El Dorado County assessor's maps at a scale of 1 to 100, 1 inch is 100 feet. Our new survey that was done by a licensed surveyor with a computer-assisted drawing is at 1 inch is 10 feet. So it's 10 times more accurate than what the field crew used in 1987. This new topographic survey shows natural features, it shows trees, it shows the cut that exists, and it shows also the driveway that also exists on the property that I'll show in pictures here in a few minutes. One of the most important elements of the whole soils evaluation and field evaluation for the IPES crew is the soils pit. And although Ms. Birch brings up the point that we're not bringing new information to the table, the field crew knew there was a cut at the parcel. The field crew knew there was a cut, but if they knew there was a cut and stream environment zones are measured from the depth from natural grade, why would you put your soils pit where there's a cut? Because you're supposed to measure from natural grade. Can we have the next? So here's the survey that's in question that we feel is providing new information. The orange dot down at the bottom is where the soils pit was taken in 1987. It's approximately 7 feet from the property line, which is where the setback line is. Typically, when the property owner builds, he builds in the center of the parcel and has to avoid those setbacks. Also, Mr. Pepe pointed out to me that if you had the privilege of the survey, you would have done the soils pit in the middle of the parcel. So it brings into question, were they sure of where they were? When you see the access score and the utility score also highlighted and saying that those were not in a stream environment zone, clearly staff was confused. Now, earlier today, when we did our presentation to the legal committee, I think the legal committee acknowledged that the scoring of the parcel in 1987 was done wrong. Agreed? Legal committee, agreed? Okay, maybe not acknowledged by the legal committee, but had they had the privilege of the survey, they would have known that we're not going to do the soils pit in a graded area. We have to go to an area that's not graded. And here's why. The threshold for a stream environment zone is 42 inches below grade, 42 inches. I might be close here. They found soils, modeled bleached soils at 32 inches. Okay, so then it's a stream environment zone. I would agree. With the information they had, they applied it correctly. It's a stream zone. But if you take from natural grade 30 inches above that, then they would be at 62 inches, 20 inches below the threshold for it to be an SEZ. So clearly, had they had the privilege of the survey and they had the information available to them, the lot would have scored differently. The soils pit would have been located in a different location. Can we go to the next slide, please? This is the assessor's map that the field crew used in 1987. And again, you can see up there, the scale's 1 inch is 100 feet. No topographic information, no natural features, really very limited information. Next slide. This is also what the field crew used in 87, which is 1 to 400 scale. And as you can see in the bottom left corner, the El Dorado County assessors made specific notes that this map is to be used for assessment purposes only. This is not for delineating stream environment zones. Really, at a scale of 1 to 400? Next slide. So here's the field notes from the site. The red circles, again, is where the soils pit was taken, right at the cut, right at the foot of the cut. So I'm not sure how staff could have been objective at the time, thinking that we made note that the site's graded, but we're still going to do our hole where the grading is. It doesn't add up. It's inconsistent with how the scoring was supposed to take place in 87. Next slide. Here's the IPES printout page for this parcel. If you look closely, you'll see of all the parcels in this neighborhood, this is one of 3 that got a score of 0. 1 of 3. The other 2 are on the other side of the street down the hill, which is where you'd expect to find a stream environment zone. Next slide, please. I threw this in because I found it interesting that the TRPA in your application process say that if we submit information to you that's deemed incorrect, that you will take action to deny a project. This is information, you guys know this lot was scored incorrectly. And it, to me, in representing the public and you representing the public, this should be corrected. And for Ms. Birch to come back and say, well, to bring in new information that's technical, we're changing we change the whole IPE system. We would put the IPE system in jeopardy. Well, the real reason for the IPE system, if you aren't aware, is that the Bailey system failed. When TRPA came into effect in 1969, 68, 69, they took Robert Bailey's map. Robert Bailey was a cartographer who mapped the basin for agricultural purposes. Slopes under 5%, you could grow anything. 5 to 15, you could grow some things. Over 30, you can't grow anything. Well, TRPA took that map, plagiarized it, and made it into their land capability system. It worked great for 15 years, but then the lawsuits started adding up and adding up and adding up because any lot that was scored 1 to 3 was unbuildable. So you technically took their land. Well, then there was lawsuits. You took our lands with unfair compensation. TRPA said, what are we going to do? Change the system. We created IPES. And I agree, IPES is much more fair, 7 criteria versus 2. But now that this IPES system's been in place for 36 years, rules need to change, or there needs to be acknowledgement that these 0 IPES scores were unfairly scored and can be reevaluated. I want to briefly read what Mr. Pepe was going to say, and then I'll bring my conclusion. Mr. Pepe was a retired soil scientist, and he was TRPA staff member for 14 years from 1990 to 2004, responsible for all field work for the IPES crew. In his review, it was his opinion that the computer-assisted topographic survey would have allowed his field crew to more accurately score the parcel. He said that the field crew were unsure of the location of the property corners as they dug the soils pit 7 feet from the property line. Usually the soils pit is dug in the middle of the parcel in the natural area, not the graded area. Finally, Mr. Pepe notes that in reviewing code section 53.63, the computer-assisted topographic survey is new information that was unavailable to the field crew in 1987. To wrap up my presentation, I just want to bring up a few points that Ms. Birch brought, and that is where I was disappointed with the legal committee this morning is that they took an action of a motion to deny our appeal because of precedents. They didn't say we were inconsistent with code 56.63. They said we don't want to set precedents. the integrity of the IPE system, 36 years later, Marcia says it's critical to limit the challenges, the IPES challenges, because we could upset the balance of the IPE system. We could undermine the entire IPE system, is what Ms. Birch said. Then she said there's a significant number of parcels that would come in appeal if you grant us our reevaluation, or they would come in and reevaluate. And I disagree with this. So when I left the legal committee this morning, I went to my office and I pulled my IPES book, my original one. I was on staff from 88 to 92. The 91 IPES book, 13,000 parcels scored. Within these 13,000 parcels that are scored, less than 10% have a 0 IPE score. So that's 1,300 scores, 1,300 IPE scores of 0. Mr. Pepe pointed out to me this morning that of the 100% of the IPE scores that scored 0, 80% of them scored a 0 based on a primary SEZ. Primary SEZ means you have standing water, you have creek, you have a river flowing through your parcel, or you are a meadow. So not subject to appeal. So 80% of those. So now we narrow it down to 300 parcels that have 0 IPE score that could be subject to appeal. When Marcia said a significant number, is 300 a significant number? I'm not sure. But I do know, as a planner who's been in the basin for 40 years, that all the conservancy programs and the state programs to buy up these 0 IPE score lots have happened. So I'm guessing of the 300 left, there's less than 150 of those that would actually be available to appeal. Now, is this going to upset the balance of IPES? Is this going to undermine IPES? Is this going to make the integrity of IPES go away? Maybe it should. The Bailey system lasted 15 years and protected staff and the agency for 15 years until too many lawsuits made us create IPES. Well, now we have IPES. 36 years later, maybe the challenge is we need to reevaluate and change the rules, or acknowledge that people like Mr. Wendell are basically taking the brunt of the rules and being told, sorry, there's nothing you can do. We know the lot was scored incorrectly. We know we have new information. IPES has been in place 37 years. The rules need to change. Questions?
Board members, do you have any questions of the applicant or appellant? I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. Kiko.
Thank you. So your position is that a new survey should constitute new information?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, obviously it has to be applicable to the rules.
The survey that was used at the time showed grading, right? So the surveyors knew that the cut was in place. You've acknowledged that they applied it properly based on what they did. So anyone could go out and do a new survey of their property and come in and ask for a reevaluation. That's your argument, right?
Well, the only people that would be interested or eligible are those with 0 IPE scores.
Or one below the threshold for development.
Which in El Dorado County, the score is 1.
Right, but it's different in different places, right? So anyone could go in and do a reevaluation of their property with a new survey. Yes?
Again, it's case by case, sir. I think that, and TRPA has done
new
that.
information or it's not, because what you're presenting is
it's new information. It's new information. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
To correct an error.
Ms. Aldine has a question.
So you referenced the fact that you took some borings to determine where the water influence portion of the soil was located. Why wasn't that presented as new evidence along with a survey?
Well, because we're, independent field crew. I'm not a soil scientist. I know what modeled soils are, and I know what bleached soils are. I didn't want to waste my time, my client's time, or your time if I wasn't 100% sure that this lot was not an SEZ. Now, I still think that a portion of this parcel may be an SEZ, but it's interesting, and it was asked this morning of staff, has anyone on the board been to the site? Has anyone on TRPA staff been to the site since 1987? No, no one has.
Were you going to show us a picture of the?
Yes, I have a whole series of pictures I'd love to show you.
So you're not finished with your presentation. Maybe we should hold our questions until after the rebuttal. Did you want to present those?
Sure,
photos?
if we could just go through those quickly. That's the front entrance driveway area that's existing. You can see the cut in the background there by the truck. Again, the front access, the fence on the left is a portion of the vacant lot.
And where is the seep in this photograph where the vegetation is?
It would be by the fence area there.
Okay.
This is Ted, the property owner, took the horizontal fence line and took the measurement from across the cut to where the soils pit actually was taken. And we came up with 42 inches of difference. And so, which would technically put it at 72 inches for hitting the modeled soils, again, with the threshold being 42. Again, close up of the hillside cut. And you can see the trees that have grown in the 30 years since that cut has been made. So there's a good stand of Jeffrey pine. There's all the indicators that this is not a stream environment zone parcel. And if you take the cut from natural grade, 62 to 72 inches, the threshold's 42, you're 20 inches below. Again, it's these individual elements of the IPE score is what makes the survey stand out as new information. But I'm concerned that the board is taking a position of denying the project based on creating precedents, because we're going to undermine the integrity of the IPE system. And I disagree with that. You run the numbers. What, we're going to have 80 potential lots that have a zero that are going to think they're going to get a survey and somehow appeal? I don't see it happening. I don't. And that's my opinion. And I've been working with the IPES program and TRPA staff here since 1988. I've been here 36 years.
Okay, Director Settlemeyer had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure who the question is for, kind of multi-parted. When they did the IPE scores way back when, did they only do vacant land?
Yes, it was for vacant, undeveloped residential parcels.
Yeah, I really wish they would have gone farther. I always have a problem with the idea of saying that just because you bought it in a certain year, 1 year before, you could have done something with your land, and the next year you can't. I wish they would have done the surrounding area to get better concepts of what their whole area was like in that respect. I appreciate the discussion that new technology and new science should be utilized. But if you do that, you're indicating that there were 1,300 scored, less than 10%. So that'd be, potentially 1,300 individuals who could come forth, and then based upon where they took the survey on the property, they might be able to get a different result, if I'm correct. Or am I misstating that?
Well, that is correct. But again, we want you to reevaluate. Come apply your ordinances and your criteria with the survey. Let's see what the results are. If it comes back and it's a buildable parcel, well, one, we've corrected a mistake that was made or oversight that was made. But two, I don't think it's going to undermine or change the whole IPES makeup and criteria that's been in place for 36 years. I don't see it.
So, and I guess my last kind of question is, what's your thoughts on the aspect that when the lot was purchased, the person knew they had a 0 IPE score?
Rules changed.
Sat on it for 30 years.
Rules changed. Bailey lasted 15. I mean, that's one thing with the agency, and I'm anxious. I wish I had more time this morning to have addressed the board. I have 3 other projects pending that your rules need to change. The historic ordinance that says a property is 50 years old is historic. Well, that means the property that was built in 1974 is historic. So T111 siding, green toilets, shag carpets, are we going to protect those under your new historic ordinance? It doesn't make sense.
Oh,
I've got a project in the South Y Industrial Tract that
Let's stay
it's
on.
man-made,
Yeah,
and they
let's
want
stay on
$150,000
I
mitigation fee.
appreciate that
And that's in your
concept
district,
of the concept of the 50 years. I've had the same argument with the State Historic Preservation Office and the federal government, who also feels historic is 50 years. So I understand the discussion and the argument on that, but it's also one way bigger than the TRPA in all reality. You need to talk to the feds about the 50-year rule.
And I have. Thank you, sir.
Any other comments or questions from, yes, Graham?
If I could just clarify, this is Graham St. Michelle for the record. Just to clarify, I don't think staff or anybody during legal had a conclusion or represented that, we agree that this parcel was scored incorrectly. I think that is the argument that the appellant is here in this case is making. And, our position is that under the code, that's an argument that needed to be appealed under our code, under the existing language of the code. And so if we're deviating from that, it's really a code change. And so I just want to make sure that we clarified that.
And Madam Chair, if I may, Julie Reagan, TRPA's Executive Director. And I just want to say we are sympathetic to the situation. Experts can disagree respectfully. And I have personally met with realtors, homeowners, hundreds if not thousands over the 20 years I've been at TRPA. This is often a big question. And the terminology is, the IPES window closed. It was open in the 80s. There was an appeal. It opened again in 1990. So this has been settled for a very long time. I'm sympathetic to the discussion, and I appreciate everyone's thoughtfulness in deliberating this. But this issue is very foundational to our land use system. And so even if there are, there are hundreds of parcels that this would call into question, but think about the thousands of people that have made property decisions and purchase decisions about lands, locations, and what to do with them, and transferring those development rights. We do have a robust transfer of development rights program that property owners in this situation could avail themselves of, and many have. We don't build on wetlands. That's a foundational core principle of our 87 plan and the decades of conservation success that we've had. And it gets very complicated at the parcel level. And this was an outcome of the consensus of the 87 regional plan. Think of where we were in the 80s. There was a court-imposed building moratorium. It was chaos in the real estate market. There had to be some order because there are billions of dollars at stake in the basin of property rights. So it is very complicated, and we're very sympathetic and appreciate the opportunity to vet this. But I certainly wanted to share that in my perspective as your director, because there are work program implications to deviating from this recommendation.
Okay, before we get into discussion, are there any questions for Mr. Dill? Just point of order. Yes. Okay. And then I want to go to Marcia.
Yeah, Ashley Conrad Sater for the record. I didn't hear an answer to Director Settlemeyer's question, though, on why, if this was disclosed in 1990 when the property was purchased, why is it coming forward in 2023, 33 years later, that the reevaluation is being requested? Like, what's the impetus to do that? You indicated that the policy is bad, but why does the property owner want to do that 33 years after this information was disclosed?
He approached me and said, is there anything I could do with the parcel? I looked into the rules and regulations and said, I'm not sure. Then I contacted staff. And interestingly enough, the staff in the project review division told me specifically a new survey is new information and would qualify for a reevaluation.
I'm just asking that simple question. I don't need the narrative. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Dill right now? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Marcia, I'll turn it back over to you.
So I'll just quickly, I want to address two things. One is that we're hearing a lot of argument that the methods that the IPES team used were wrong, right? To some degree, that's speculative. We have their field notes. They did know about the grading. We can see where they placed the soil pit. And again, these are all arguments that specifically go to the application of the IPES criteria. And that is something that the reevaluation code section excludes. And I don't think that's ambiguous at all. So I think what we're hearing is essentially a request for a code amendment. a code amendment that would allow those with a 0 IPE score to come in with a new survey with computer enhanced methods and get a new score. That's not an issue that we're addressing today. So today what we have to work with is our existing code, which I think is very clear about the application of the IPES criteria is not a basis for a reevaluation. And so I don't have anything additional in terms of rebuttal, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Ms. Aldean.
So this morning in legal, I mean, we bandied this about for quite some time, and I understand staff's position, but you know, the analogy I used is technology changes over the years. You know, we had a lot of people who were incarcerated based on evidence that was collected until DNA analysis became commonplace. Many of those people were exonerated, and thank goodness for that. They were released from prison because they were wrongfully incarcerated. So I'm a little, and Marcia perhaps, or Graham, you can address this. I mean, I understand that, you know, the question of distribution, but, you know, our land development system limits the number of allocations, limits the number of development rights. So let's say that this property, through a code amendment, and I'm not suggesting, your argument is very persuasive, that's not what's before us today. I was arguing that we take a look at IPES because there may have been some injustices committed inadvertently. And I referred to a letter from Bill Morgan, you know, that says that there are provisions for the IPES score of a parcel to change other than by appeal. TRPA can change IPES scores if ongoing water quality monitoring programs detect a significant change in the water quality of the area in which the parcel is located, or if local government implements new projects which reduce runoff and erosion problems in the area of the parcel. If changes occur related to the condition of the watershed or erosion control improvements, TRPA will notify property owners of changes in their IPES score. And I'm not suggesting the TRPA do that, but I was offering that as a path forward for the applicant. I did vote to deny the appeal because I didn't think that the survey alone was persuasive enough. It does concern me, you know, regardless of the fact, and to answer your question, Ashley, I mean, this is a second owner of the property, and unfortunately the previous owner apparently didn't disclose the IPES score, I gather. He owns the home next to it. And so, you know, he maybe bought it as open space initially, but then was kind of curious about whether or not he could actually develop it. So again, I'm not concerned about this opening Pandora's box with respect to additional development. Maybe that additional development will now be, you know, those allocations of development rights will be available to a lot owner like the lot owner in this case, as opposed to somebody else who may come in later and find themselves without, you know, the commodities necessary to develop their lots. But I think the agency, you know, when we make a mistake, we need to own up to it. And so, again, I will probably vote again to deny the appeal because I don't think that what they presented is sufficient. But I think there is some merit to the idea that there may have been improvements in the neighborhood. A lot of these lots are developed. There may have been water quality improvement work, IPES, you know, EIP projects that have been completed that have dewatered this lot and made it developable. And I think that's something that we need to take stock of just for equity reasons, if nothing else. So anyway, that's my.
Thank you, Ms. Aldean. No. Did you have a comment back on that? Your mic was on. Others? Yes, Ms. Conrad-Sada.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to acknowledge that, yes, absolutely. I think it's wise to consider our policies. I don't think, you know, it's this appeal is giving us a reason to say this policy that's been in place for 30 something years, should we reevaluate it? You know, geological timeframes are very different from others. And so we would have to take a very careful look at how much geology changes in a 30-year time period, because it's a longer lived scientific measurement. But I have no objection to us taking a look at IPES in the future, post this decision, and asking, you know, how effective it is today. And now that we have better technology, should we review?
Thank you. Other board members' comments? Yes, Mr. Director Settlemeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I look at the concept that with new science and new technology, we have information available to us that we never did. We also have new building concepts. And in that respect, almost every lot out there is buildable. Comes down to how much money you want to spend to build it. Because you could span the whole lot side to side and build a house above that and have a whole area underneath it. And I'm very adamant defender of property rights. And of course, the person still has the ability to camp on it as they've always had. They could also look at Santini Burton or the California Conservancy. I guess what it comes down to me is the discussion of this occurred in 1987 and everyone was given 180 days to appeal. And to me, that leaves, unfortunately, the proponent with either legislation or litigation. They can go to California, they can have it open back up and extend the statute of limitations. But for now, I'm just looking at it based on that aspect, that they had 180 days from when their IPE score was down in 1987, and that they either have those two options. I don't see it as one that we can really resolve. Thank you.
Other board member comments or questions on this? Okay, so we'll go to public comment on this item. Are there any members of the public that wish to comment on this item?
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. I sat through legal committee. I wasn't going to comment today. I want to disclose I do not know the appellant or the applicant. I appreciate the robust discussion, what this lends to needing a code amendment, how it gets prioritized, when it gets prioritized. I know your work schedules have already been laid out, but this sounds like we need to take a closer look. We looked at vehicle miles traveled in the last couple of years and some issues with it as well. Hoping that this could come forward sooner than later. Changes because of new technology should come forward, just like the vehicle miles traveled per capita and some of the issues that some of us still don't understand. And of course, the fairness to be assessed. People's lives change. This gentleman might have retired recently and now has an opportunity to look at this parcel where he didn't when he first bought it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waller. Are there any other members of the public in the room? Thank you. Excuse me, sir. Could you turn on the microphone? Sorry. There you go. Perfect.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Thank you for taking the time to hear my case in this very personal matter. I'm Ted Wendell, the owner, a Lake Tahoe resident since 1978. Been extremely fortunate to have had a rewarding and successful career as a contractor, spending the majority of my building career supporting the amazing community of Fallen Leaf Lake, including becoming a firefighter on their volunteer fire department for over 30 years. Their appreciation for exceptional workmanship and materials has always been a blessing for me. I take great pride in preserving and improving the land and its nuances while protecting the environment. My commitment to reasonable development was recognized by my Best of the BMP Award in the late 90s at 661 Fallen Leaf Road, the Mitchell Project. So today I'm hoping to appeal to your sense of logic and fairness in my attempt to convince the staff to reevaluate my empty lot, which is directly next to my residence close to the Y. I've owned my home since 1987 and purchased the lot from the original owner of both properties in 1990. The parcel was always intended to be built on, as evidenced by the original owner, Earl Natras, who facilitated grading of the land for construction. This was done in the late 50s as the house was built in 1958, well before TRPA or the then CTRPA existed. In 1987, TRPA incorrectly deemed the lot an SEZ with a score of 0. This has been proven incorrect by the detailed topographic survey that I have provided. The survey took 2 days, triangulating for markers hundreds of feet away, providing precise elevation data for accurate topography calculations. Jeff Turner, the surveyor who personally conducted the work and calculations, stated that the parcel is not an SEZ and that any classification other than a buildable lot is clearly incorrect. These facts, combined with the other inaccuracies and incorrect conclusions based on flawed calculations and methodologies, should warrant a reevaluation of the lot. The former owner, Earl Natras, was operating under the former Bailey system. The system changed in 1987 without his knowledge, and he was not aware that he needed to appeal this classification of a 0 IPE score and an SEZ designation. As he was an out-of-state owner living in Arizona, he did not receive proper notification of the new rules and classifications that were imposed without his knowledge. We were told by numerous professional land and development specialists that reclassifying this parcel would be straightforward and irrefutable. If there is no mechanism to contest TRPA findings, even when they are clearly wrong, why were we led through numerous appeals and incurred fees exceeding $2,000 to TRPA, only to have our request rejected based on TRPA policy? I'm not in a financial position to continue spending thousands of dollars on a project with no chance of consideration. Our correspondence with TRPA staff indicated that new information is cause for reevaluation. This should make it clear that the parcel deserves to be reevaluated and reclassified. I have always planned to build a tasteful, environmentally sustainable structure that prioritizes detail and efficiency, and I know that the neighborhood would benefit from its existence. Now I'm being told that this investment in my financial security, which I've owned and paid taxes on for 34 years, is unusable. This is a tragic outcome. TRPA has an opportunity to correct this wrong, and I hope they seize the chance to grant a reevaluation. Finally, I'd like to state that if I had any doubt of this parcel's buildability, I would not be pursuing this matter with such vigor and at such expense. I happen to be an expert in BMP implementation and management, and I know my SEZs from my buildable lots. Let's just put it that way. And the question might arise, why did I buy a 0 IPES lot? Well, because it just changed from Bailey to IPES. They figured, well, in another 10 years, it's going to change from IPES to something else. So just like having surgery on your knee, the longer you wait, the better the technology is going to get and the better chance you are going to have for a positive outcome. That's the way I looked at it. I'm an excellent steward of the land. It's in better shape than any other parcel on the street. You can ask my neighbors, and that's all I have to say, but I thank you for your consideration, and I respect your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wendell, and thank you for your service in our community. Appreciate that. Are there any other members of the public here in the room that wish to address the board on this issue? I'm not seeing anyone else in the room. Online, do we have anybody online that would like to address the board on this issue?
Madam Chair, we have 2 hands raised online. The first hand up is David Powell. David, please unmute to make your comment.
Yes. Thank you for this opportunity. Are we talking about the Homewood Mountain Resort at this point?
No,
I just tuned in.
Yeah, thank you for tuning in. I see quite a few have just tuned in. We are not there yet. We are finishing up the regular governing board meeting at this point, Mr. Powell, and we'll welcome your comment in a little bit.
Thank you very much.
Again, this is an item on our governing board agenda. It's appeal of a parcel. Is there anyone else online that would like to address this particular item?
The next hand raised is Alan Miller. Alan, please unmute to make your comment.
I'm Alan Miller. I'm a civil and environmental engineer with a 25-year regulatory background in wetlands and water quality with the Regional Water Board, Manhattan. My interest in this matter concerns good government and what is just under the law. I wrote to you in the last month, and I spoke before your legal committee in support of granting the appeal. And as the appellant stated, we do not know each other. There is no legitimate reason this appeal needs to be denied. It is entirely within the board's discretion to reevaluate the IPES score. There is new information showing mistakes were made in determining depth to groundwater. I've been to the site. The entire site cannot be an SEZ. They measured from an area known to be modified by grading to determine the depth to groundwater, but without knowing the extent of grading, several feet as the appellant provided. This proposed denial rests on staff's narrow interpretation of the code, standing on the need to uphold the 1987 IPE score in fear that the whole IPE system will fall like a house of cards under reapplications if they grant this. Just what is just in this matter? That's all that the appellant is asking. To that I say there is no such risk. No lawsuit will follow. The staff code interpretation is not supported. This is not a precedent. This is an opportunity for TRPA to use its discretion to correct mistakes made decades ago on this specific parcel where the new information and specific circumstances support a discretionary determination to allow the reevaluation. With all the abuses of discretion I've seen at TRPA over just the last 5 years, nothing like that is needed here. Use your discretion wisely as matters of justice require and grant the appeal. Don't make this appellant start over on some other concocted basis that's just going to cost them a lot of money and lead nowhere. Please just grant the appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Is there anyone else online, Catherine?
No, Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised.
Okay, then we'll close the public comment and I'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Boy, an easy one today, huh?
I have 2 questions, Madam Chair. One is raised in the attorney's letter to Julie Roll, our senior planner here at TRPA. And it basically says, it's noted in the TRPA field notes, section B, that the access to the site does not go through an SEZ, the access. It further notes that the field crew noted that the utilities do not go through an SEZ. And the question is, if access and utilities do not go through an SEZ, then how can the entire site be mapped SEZ? I'm just wondering if there's an answer to that question.
So I will attempt to answer that question. I don't think that Julie Roll is here. She is? Oh, excellent. So Julie might be able to explain maybe a little bit more about this. So it's a checkbox on both of those items, or a checkbox on the form. So we don't know why they marked that the access and utilities, other than the fact that those had not been developed yet, right? So there hadn't been, I do think there was a driveway, there was sort of an area that was anticipated to be where the driveway would come in, but there weren't utilities at the time. And I don't know why they marked no in the SEZ for those items. The rest of the notes are very clear that they found that the parcel was 100% SEZ. Again, this is part of the difficulty of going back more than 30 years and looking at someone's notes to try to figure out what was going through their mind at the time. Again, that is information that was available at the time the score was issued to the parcel owner. So not new information. And I also think it goes to the application of the IPES criteria. And so the reevaluation potential under our code is very, very narrow. And I don't believe that this falls into that narrow possibility.
And then just to follow up on your answer, are there utilities now that cross through that parcel?
I don't believe so, but I do not know. No.
Okay. And then final question is the parcel map that was included back in 1987 when the IPE score was determined for this parcel. And it does say in the lower left-hand corner, this map is not a survey. It is prepared by El Dorado County Assessor's Office for assessment purposes only.
That's correct. And those parcel maps were often used by the IPES teams to sort of keep track of, the ones they had completed, make their notes. The IPES teams did survey and they did find corner markers. They didn't go, to the street address with that assessor's map. and guess at to where these parcels were. So those IPES teams were using survey methods. They weren't the new computerized survey methods, but they did have a way of finding the corner markers.
Gotcha. Thank you. That was helpful.
Yes, Ms. Alding.
In the letter that I quoted from previously from Bill Morgan, there is a section here that says in cases where the only reasonable access to an otherwise buildable lot on a parcel is across an SAZ or SEZ setback, development for access may be allowed. So I think what they were marking was there's no access through an SAZ because there's no access, and there are no utilities because there are no utilities to the site. So, but there is an opportunity if the balance of the lot is developable to somehow bridge that SAZ for access purposes.
Yeah, and I appreciate that context. Where I'm kind of sitting at this point, and I'm anxious to hear from my colleagues, what I would like to see as an outcome of this is that we just allow for a reevaluation of this particular parcel and that we direct staff to look at the IPES scoring policy and, you know, bring back some information as to whether or not we feel that the IPES score is still intending to do what it was meant to do back then. And that would be my preference, but I understand the difficulty of what's before us.
Others? Yes, Mr. Bass?
Yeah, I largely kind of agree with Ms. Lane. I think when we're looking at something from 1987 and we look at the technology that we have today, as well as this kind of survey issues and some of that, I also hear the concerns of kind of opening a can of worms with 1,300 parcels and not wanting to go there across every single zero score across the basin. But it does seem what's presented that, you know, there was possibly some inconsistencies in the way that this was done, and that whether or not the grading was where the holes were or where they weren't, it doesn't seem like a whole lot. Should just do the reevaluation analysis and look at making sure that we did that correct. I think we have a long-term resident here and might have been looking at that as consideration, but somebody that's obviously followed what's best management practices and all those things. So I would also be in support of that.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Ms. Fastinos.
Yes, for the record, I just want to say that, you know, while we sit in these chairs making these decisions, you know, we have to be consistent with the guidance and the laws that these decisions were made under. And while I can have a great deal of personal sympathy for the situation, I just have to say that in good conscience, I have to do my job as a board member, which is to follow what, you know, guidance we're given in terms of what, you know, what's on record as being, you know, the code section that we're operating under. So that, for the record, would be my position.
Any other board members wish to make a comment on this item? Ms. Conrad Seda.
Ashley Conrad Seda for the record. Yeah, I think, you know, I absolutely hear what Member Fastinos is saying, and also hear what Member Lane and Members Bass are saying. And I, where I'm really struggling right now is there enough new information that we, and, you know, and I've heard the guidance here, but is there a splitting hairs where, you know, is there any legal guidance that says actually we have enough to reevaluate? And because I do want to do my job as a member of this board. And I also acknowledge this long-term landowner who has been doing, you know, who isn't just a new developer coming in to the basin. And again, I shouldn't let that cloud my judgment, but I acknowledge that. So I'm really interested in legal opinion on the narrow aspect of this evaluation, because again, the staff do incredible work and I don't want to undermine the staff also. So I'm struggling here.
Thank you. Mr. St. Michael, yes.
Graham St. Michel for the record. You know, I think in this position, I can let Marcia talk a little bit more, but you know, a new survey based on some new technology, new capability, you know, the way that I look at it is that's not really new information. It's a new document, but we're looking at the land. And you know, the land is the same. I mean, it's like you were saying, geologic time. So that's kind of the way that in my mind I see it, is like, you know, if you just start opening it up to somebody doing a new survey, it's really you're manufacturing that new information. So I think I'd leave it there if Marcia had anything else to add.
I don't, just briefly. So what I hear is that we are over 30 years from the time when this was developed. And maybe there are factors that could be taken into consideration, such as how many 0 IPE scores parcels are still out there. What would the process be? You know, that's a complicated effort, you know, to essentially convene and determine how best to amend the code if such an amendment is something that is the will of the board. But right now, what I feel like we're doing is sort of going between this idea of, wow, should we amend the code just for today? Which is a concerning path to go down. And I'm not saying that this isn't a worthy issue to return to and determine, you know, with respect to these, particularly with the SEZ parcels. You know, should there be a new system of evaluation? But right now, we have the code that we do have. And I believe that it was drafted the way it was to preclude just a new survey resulting in a new evaluation, because we have more than just 0 lots out there. There are, you know, in Placer County, we still have an IPES line that where there are parcels that are falling below that line who could also say, oh, I have a new survey too. So before we make a case-by-case code amendment to maybe take into account all of the potential ramifications of making that change, that may be something that, you know, eventually would happen.
So might I ask staff, because I hear and I think myself, I'm also sympathetic to the applicant here, the appellant, and there are new technologies, there is new information. We have a code to uphold. I understand that. And we start changing the rules. We really need to understand the repercussions of that all the way down the line. Certainly in my jurisdiction, there are many people under the building score for IPES and who would want to be part of it. So it may not be 100 or 200, it might be many more. And we have to understand the implications of build out of all those issues. That's our duty. So I'd like to suggest that staff, can you, we are being asked to take a decision today to uphold our code on those issues. But I think I'm hearing a consensus that the board is open to having more discussion on what it might look like to look back at the IPES scores now. I don't know how long that'll take for the appellant and whether he will want to continue with that, but it seems like maybe that is what I'm hearing from the board. So what would you suggest as a potential solution on that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to come back next month. I'd like to sit down with our team because this is a very large area of work that is not in our current program of work that would require studies and consultation and discussions that could be very involved. I mean, think of the work that we were doing on housing with land coverage exemptions and changes and incentives around land coverage. It implicates the entire system and of our land use work at TRPA in some way, shape, or form. We may be able to narrow that into a code change that uses best available science. And if we can, I think we want to do that. We obviously agree with you that we want to rely on, you know, best information, updated information when we can, but we have to be very thoughtful and considerate in how we do that. So if I would have the opportunity to caucus with the team, come back next month, report back, we could give you a little more analysis of how many parcels are we talking about? The Placer County issue is a very big issue. 15, 20 years long in the making of these sliver lots in Placer County that are different than the rest of the lake. And how does that implicate the overall development potential of the entire basin, and environmental documents that have analyzed that and calling into question previous permits? And it's a sweater thread pulling exercise that will take a lot of work and counsel with our legal team, our planning team, and other experts in soil science, et cetera. So I'm happy to do that, bring you back an update on that. If you just want to consider this particular case today, I am definitely hearing the will of the board to look at that. So I'm happy to do that.
Yes, Ms. Alding.
I'd like, if as a result of this new analysis, since the applicant or the appellant in question has kind of been a catalyst for this reexamination of our IPE system, I would like, if he comes back at some point with a new application for reevaluation, if it's permitted based on this new analysis we do, I'd like the agency to waive his fees I think that would only be right. So he doesn't have to come out of pocket
Agreed.
and pay
Yeah.
additional fees.
Happy to do that.
Okay, that would be great.
So I think what I'm hearing from the board and from staff is maybe the motion that we need to make on this appeal, and then a secondary direction to staff on this other larger issue. Is that?
Yeah, and do we need to document anywhere what Ms. Aldine just brought up? Because I do
I
think
would
it's
say
a really
a second motion on
Okay,
that.
got it.
That was I was kind of leaning toward two motions perhaps here, if that's okay. Yeah, okay. All right, then I would look for board direction, motion on the table.
I do just want to clarify, when we make this motion to grant the appeal, if board members want to deny the appeal, which was legal committee's recommendation, we would vote no on this. So I move to grant the appeal.
Okay, any further discussion, clarification? I'm not seeing any. Maria, will you call the roll?
Ms. Aldine?
My answer is no, but the caveat is that staff will return with an evaluation of our IPE system and any make recommendations for any modifications. And that at some future date, if we determine that these lots and the appellant's lot in particular can be reevaluated or should be reevaluated, that we waive any additional planning fees that might ordinarily be assessed.
Could we make that as a second? Should we make that as a second motion? Because I think that was so articulate.
Yeah,
well
that's very
done.
good. You might have to do that one more time. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you repeat that, please? No. So let's go ahead. So she's voted no. Continue on, and then we'll come back because I think.
Mr. Bass?
I guess no, because we're going to come back for the.
Ms. Bowman?
No.
Ms. Conrad Seda?
No.
Ms. Hill?
No.
Ms. Faustinos?
No.
Mr. Keycapper?
No.
Mr. Henigman? Mr. Rice?
Yes.
Ms. Lane?
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer?
No.
Ms. Loomer?
No.
Ms. Williamson?
No.
Ms. Gustafson?
No.
Madam Chair, the motion fails.
Thank you. And now, Ms. Aldine, I might suggest you restate your motion.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
My question before that one comes is one to legal. I don't think this is an actionable item. I think it's something we need to reference and request that staff do. This is not agendized. And
Very
I would
well.
like to ask their input.
Point of order. So go ahead and make a direction to staff.
Okay,
Do you want to restate?
I suggest that we direct staff to re-examine, reevaluate our IPES scoring system in light of the testimony here today, and that we bring it back next month for a preliminary review of findings, and that if the appellant at some future date should return with an application for reevaluation, if it's permissible under our amendments to the code, that his fees be waived.
Thank you, Ms. Aldine. I appreciate you restating that for the record.
And Madam Chair, just a point of order, in the next month, we won't have a full recommendation on IPES. We'll give you an update of our latest thinking of how we might address those concerns. Is that acceptable to the direction? Thank you.
Addressing those concerns, and I think also understanding the full basis of the precedent that it might set, how many potential parcels and appeals, that kind of a summary of that.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
To add to the recommendation and bring back, I wouldn't mind a discussion of the concept of the 180 days being a concept that it's a statute of limitations and that you had to appeal within that. That being said, on the aspect of new technology, I'd also like to ask legal to look at the aspect of 7 years. Because when a county changes a master plan and takes your rights without compensation, I'm told basically you have 7 years under contract law to argue that. Otherwise, it stands. I'd love an answer to the opposite. I really would like to retain all my property rights. By the way, Mr. Rice will be contacting you after I get that ruling for Douglas County, just forewarning. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Settlemeyer. Okay. Well, that concludes item 9. We are now on to item 10 on our agenda. Thanks for your patience, everyone who's in the room. We've had a lengthy day today already, and we know many of you are here for our committee meeting. So I will pass it on to Julie Reagan, our Executive Director, for a status report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Julie Reagan, TRPA's Executive Director. I want to welcome everyone in the room, and we'll move through these last couple of reports as expeditiously as we can to get going on the Regional Planning Committee. But I do have some important notes to share, and we have at the conclusion of a few slides, I want to invite Victoria Ortiz to join for a few slides on our environmental scholarship program. First of all, I mean, who can look at this picture and not go, oh my goodness, just incredible. I mean, think of the day that we've had and the day that we'll continue to have, and continue to feel so fortunate to work at this agency with all of you as we enter into the fall season. The aspens are turning gold in the region, and we have some good news to share. As I mentioned at the next slide, in the Environmental Improvement Program Committee this morning, we had a historic moment on the House floor last night in voting out the Lake Tahoe Restoration Act extension. So extending the Lake Tahoe Restoration Act funding for another 10 years in a standalone bill. Typically, Lake Tahoe would hitch a ride in a larger legislative vehicle, but our entire delegation worked diligently for many years to make this happen. It had already gone through the Senate before summer, and then we got into a House hearing last Wednesday, and I had the great fortune and privilege to represent Team Tahoe and the Greater Basin Partnership in Congress, where Congressman Kevin Kiley, who's pictured there, made some remarks, asked me some questions in front of the Natural Resources Subcommittee on Public Lands, and Congressman Mark Amodei also facilitated and pushed very hard to get a hearing and to have bipartisan support for the Lake Tahoe Restoration Act. So want to thank our full congressional delegation. Senator Cortez Masto, of course, was driving this in the Senate along with our other members of the Senate and our House team. And then other members, the entire Nevada delegation in the House was behind this, and other, we call them Friends of Tahoe in California, like Congressman Garamendi, Duarte, and many others that supported us on this bill. And then all the work behind the scenes to make this possible with our staff, Devin Middlebrook, Kim Carringer, the communications staff like Sarah and Jeff and Victoria, along with our environmental improvement program partners, to prepare the summit, to work together, to educate our members, take them on field tours. It was an absolute push of the whole partnership across the basin of all sectors. Including working with the Washoe tribe. And we have a new tribal liaison who's very involved up until this point. And just a big shout out for all. And the U.S. Forest Service was right there by our side and actually testified at the national level in support of the bill. And so just a few pieces to show that kind of collaboration going into this big moment. We still have to get the president to sign the bill, which we expect to happen within the next couple of weeks. No hiccups there. And then we'll become law, and then we'll have 10 more years to spend what is already then authorized of $415 million. We have $300 million left. We had to move that congressional clock to be able to get those funds appropriated to Lake Tahoe. So just some photos from recent summits and some other events where we've been pushing on the Lake Tahoe Restoration Act. So thank you all for doing your due diligence. I know a lot of you worked to talk to your constituents, talk to you stakeholders, the delegation to make this happen for Lake Tahoe. But the greatest thing about the hearing last night was that we had testimony from Republicans and Democrats on the Natural Resources Committee, and this holding up Lake Tahoe as a national model of collaboration on so many natural resource areas, but in particular forest health. The program was discussed, and looking at a very beautiful environment. If we can work together across the aisle here, I mean, we really can do it in other places around the country. And so let's continue to hold that close as we get into very contentious issues. Keeping this high-minded view, I think, is important for all of us, that we are an example to others and can be an inspiration to the rest of the country. The next slide just is an acknowledgement of a great team effort, again, of our staff here at TRPA and our partners to pull together a special Tahoe in-depth issue. You know, we publish this paper twice a year. We direct mail it to property owners. We distribute it throughout the communities, in the basin, out of the basin. And we've wanted for many years to document some of the photography and some of the messages around the Tahoe Summit. So there are copies in the room. I urge you to pick that up. It's online as well. But really appreciate the hard work of our team to mobilize after we're all pretty exhausted in the basin after a big summit. But we went the extra mile to share out some of those outcomes with Secretary Buttigieg and our delegation that continued that commitment in a very visible way at Round Hill Pines this summer. So just a couple other slides I wanted to touch on. I really, many of us, when I was actually in Washington making rounds on the Hill and having the testimony, the Davis fire right here was burning, and it was a very big topic of concern. And I wanted just to ask Director Settlemeyer just to share a few words about that, because it's one thing to talk about these issues on paper and talk about forest health and our partnerships. It's another to live it in real time. And we just had another test of that partnership. And so if you wouldn't just mind just giving us a couple particulars, I think the board and the community would love to hear it.
I appreciate that. And I would be remiss, we have a big thanks to all the partners that were involved in putting that fire out. The initial attack, was from Truckee Meadows Fire District. They did a phenomenal job. Nevada Division of Forestry stepped up. And the way the laws work, or the way fires work, is that within 48 hours, we end up turning it over to the federal task force to take care of the fires at that point in time. And at that point in time, it only took 4 hours for them to recognize that it was a tier 1 event, meaning that every asset out there, if it was released from a fire across the United States, automatically came here in order to fight the fire, or rather to the Davis fire, in order to keep it at there. It started on 9/7 about 2:30 in the afternoon. They're still doing investigation on it. All I can say is it sure wasn't lightning. That being said, we'll wait to see what the police department comes back as a final answer on that. 9/9 at 6 p.m. it was taken over by the Forest Service. It got 5,824 acres, and that's no small feat. Just for reference, though, we still have the Bloom Fire happening in northern Nevada that's about 8,000 acres. So there are still other issues, but all the resources came here to put that fire out, and including the super scoopers. We were lucky that Casey of Nevada Division of Forestry had worked out an agreement with them a long time ago when they first came out. And she was ridiculed back then. She indicated that they could park for free at the Douglas Airport and station the super scoopers there. They were so happy to do that. Our only we didn't charge them anything, so we let them be for free. Because of that, she forged a relationship. So literally when this fire started to occur, she reached out to them and they indicated, we have 2 heading to Montana, but I'm rerouting 2 of them to you. And as soon as they got here, they said, no, we're sending them all. So they sent all 4 super scoopers to work. And very quickly, they figured out a good aerial plan. So the super scoopers dumped out of Lake Tahoe. Big thanks, I'm sure, on Washoe County residents to Lake Tahoe for donating over 214,400 gallons of water to the super scoopers to do that job. By doing that, it kept them out of the air path of Reno Tahoe International Airport and let the hill attack crews focus solely out of Little Washoe. And what's fascinating, the scoopers did over 214,000 gallons. The helicopter crew, because they had one night crew, did 791,000 gallons of water. And so it's fantastic work done by all. Probably, unfortunately, about a $14 million bill minimum estimate as we're going through this. BLM had a responsibility of about 20% of the land that got burned up. Forest Service was about 37% private. Interestingly enough, was 34%. And unfortunately, there was about 13 structures that unfortunately are no longer in existence. Washoe County had 2.6% of the land in the initial area of the Davis Creek campground. The state of Nevada had about 7.2% of the land. And that unfortunately becomes relevant as you start to discuss who gets to pay the bill. Luckily, the feds are going to pick up the lion's share of it. With that, though, we now have the burn area environmental or emergency response team for the federal government called BEAR. They're examining now what's still there. What's important to me is the simple fact of the sheer numbers of individuals that we have had on that fire. At the high point, you had 710 people on that fire. There's still over 340 people on it today. And what they're working at right now is to repair the roads. They cut in fire roads, and now it's their job to go back and restore those to native vegetation or as close as possible, make sure that they don't create any more stabilization issues for that soil. I myself am a little bit worried about that. I seem to remember a mountain being called Slide Mountain for a reason, and it no longer has vegetation. So I'm very worried about that. But that bear team is going in and they're stabilizing the burned area at this point in time, doing an evaluation of whether to do a project to eliminate, take away all the burned trees at this point in time, or is it better to stabilize the soil by dropping them opposite to the gravitational line? But long-term is also an issue. We're going to probably have to reseed that area because it's not likely to recover anytime quickly with the native vegetation. Hopefully that gives you enough of a rundown, Ms. Rick. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. I had the opportunity to tour, just to drive through, and it's remarkable. I mean, it was scorched, and really appreciate that fantastic report. And we're again fortunate that we have these kind of partnerships in place, and there was destruction, but it could have been so much worse. What, in the interest of time, we're going to come back to you next month with the environmental scholarship program that Victoria will come back for. I just have two more quick slides and we'll wrap up before our legal report. Let's do our best to send Steve Biddle off with our best regards today. This was his last board meeting. Jeremy Davis is our new facilities manager. Is Jeremy in the audience? He's probably out doing something important outside. Jeremy just has been onboarded and overlapping with Steve. We gave him no pressure that he has to cook as well as Steve and Kat. For the lunches that Steve Biddle and his wife have provided for us, we're entirely grateful. But Jeremy's on board. Jeremy's a local South Lake Tahoe resident and has been in the hotel industry for more than 15 years. Most recently, general manager at the Hotel Beckett, which is right down the street at State Line. He has a BA in hospitality and tourism management and just loves the Tahoe lifestyle and couldn't wait to join our team of mission-driven professionals. And we're delighted to have Jeremy on board to take care of this incredible facility. And then Kaylee, you've met before, but Kaylee Arboleda is a one-year contract for assistant planning work that's funded through the state of California's grant for our new housing initiative, the Cultivating Community, Conserving the Basin initiative. And Kaylee has done a great job over the last year through an AmeriCorps program, and now she'll be on a one-year contract working with the community, particularly targeting underrepresented members. She is bilingual, so she's embedding herself in the South Lake Tahoe community. Her significant other has just moved up into the basin, and she has a BS in sustainability and the built environment and is about to finish her master's in urban and regional planning. She'll be finishing up in a couple of months. So we're very delighted to have Kaylee. And then I'll just go to the last slide. Won't belabor this. We have a very some important topics coming up. You're going to hear about Homewood at the next committee meeting for those of you on the Regional Planning Committee, but we'll be bringing back other items as a follow-up in a sequence of future discussions. We discussed the threshold evaluation report at the Environmental Improvement Program Committee meeting. That will be coming back along with the Tahoe Blue Event Center and a season recap on forest health and fire and what's going on with community wildfire protection plans around the basin. We've got our annual filing fee inflation adjustment that'll be being vetted at the Operations Committee and coming back to you for your consideration. Some area plan amendments that have been working through the Regional Planning Committee at the committee level will be coming back for your consideration later this year. Shoreline program update. And then just a final note, you most likely have heard some news, a piece of good news about the AT&T cables. Just wanted to mention, if you caught the news, you know, TRPA issued a permit to AT&T to remove these cables that are on the lake bed. There were some big media stories that came out. There was a change in course to remove those. And now what has been announced by AT&T is that they've agreed to go ahead and remove those cables. I mean, we're cautiously optimistic. We know it's a very complicated matter, but we have done our part to issue those permits, and we're hopeful that that's going to move forward. So I appreciate the time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Julie. We'll go on to Graham's report, legal counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, we are tracking some litigation filed against the agency involving a slip and fall case from the former Hard Rock Casino. The agency, we were previously named as a third-party defendant by the casino, but we talked with their counsel and had that case dismissed. Now it's we're being implicated by plaintiff in it's the same. We're not quite clear. It's the same case, but in a different forum, and we basically haven't been served properly. So the case is out there, but we're still waiting for service We don't know what's going to happen, but if we get involved in that case and we are served, we don't really think there's any strong basis for liability here, and we'll invoke our indemnification, language in our permits. So just wanted to update you or make you aware of that. The other piece is really good news. We have Jack Mensick here today. He's our new attorney. Jack is from Chicago. He grew up skiing here in Lake Tahoe. He graduated from UC Davis Law School in 2022, and he spent the past 2 years clerking for the Nevada Supreme Court. And obviously, we're very excited to have Jack as part of our team. Thanks.
Thank you, Jack. Welcome, Jack. Thank you, Graham. Governing board member reports. This is item 11 on our agenda. Do any of the governing board members have a report to offer? Not seeing any, then we'll go to committee reports, item 12 on our agenda. I think we've had committee reports throughout the day, and I don't think there's anything else to report.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just real quick, I would just advise all the board members that didn't hear the EIP presentations to look at the PowerPoints. Excellent work by your incredible staff, and make yourself aware. That's all.
They were excellent. Thank you. And then we'll move on to item 13 on our agenda. This is our general public interest comment for any item that wasn't on today's agenda or was on today's agenda and you didn't speak. So,
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just a question of procedure. On the item we pulled from the consent, number 107, does that go to the next meeting, or are we supposed to debate that here or discuss it here?
We did not pull it on the item 7.
Okay.
We moved through it. We were contemplating, but we moved through it. It's done.
Yeah, we did that. Great. So are there any members of the public here on any item on the agenda for the governing board, or not on the agenda? Thank you, Ellie. I'm sorry, you knew.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. In the 20+ years that I've been coming before this board, I've never seen something this confusing and convoluted. The Douglas County South Shore Area Plan that will be coming to you in the future at future meetings. The unconventional process began when Douglas County Planning held a town hall style meeting, not requiring the residents most affected to be notified. The members of the public don't even know if we have an actual draft for review to comment on. Then a ridiculous fast track schedule, having 3 consecutive days of meetings, August 12th, 13th, and 14th, one before your APC, was published. In June, your regional plan committee was provided a measly 2-page staff report for consideration and recommendation with not even a link to the area plan. It is very clear to me that this concurrent process of dealing with the proposed Barton Hospital, not in play, with no application as of August 29th for review by the TRPA, and the draft area plans amending for a healthcare subdistrict and zoning changes needs to be bifurcated. This extraordinary height request, TRPA commercial floor area exemptions, etc., is misleading and disingenuous to what is supposed to be a structured process. The Douglas County Area Plan should not be the vehicle used to grease the skids for the Barton Hospital. TRPA has posted a major projects web link to the Barton Hospital. A full-blown environmental impact analysis, not an environmental assessment, should be utilized for the goodies that Barton wants handed to them, and this should not take place through the South Shore Area Plan. Furthermore, other existing Barton healthcare facilities or future healthcare facilities and other building plans in Douglas County, like a bridge over US 50 to connect all their facilities to the hospital, needs to be analyzed in the hospital environmental analysis and should be removed from the South Shore Area Plan. Stop the bifurcation now. I hope you will not continue this to be perpetrated. It's outrageous.
Thank you, Ms. Waller. Is there anyone else in the room on an item not on our agenda today or on one of our information items?
Thank you, John Grigsby, a local Oliver resident for the last 15 years. I'm also speaking about the apparent amendments required to the South Shore area plan for this proposed hospital, which has been apparently been in progress for 2.5 years. The first anybody, including the Oliver Park GID, knew about it was July. So, and fortunately, as Ellie mentioned, the process has been slowed down somewhat, but we still don't have any idea exactly what's being proposed here because we still don't have a proposed area plan to look at. There are several very, very obvious deficiencies in the draft plans we've seen circulating. Most importantly, the problem we have is I've spoken to several Barton representatives as well as the planning committee, as well as the members of the Douglas County Planning Commission, is that, and I've been told this explicitly, is Barton doesn't really have a plan B. They're just waiting for you guys to tell them what they can build, and then they'll build absolutely to the limits of that, which puts you, the TRPA, as well as Douglas County, in the position of designing their campus. That's not a position any of you should be in or need to be in, but apparently it's a position you're going to be in. So wait, let's design a hospital and let's involve the neighborhood this time instead of working for 2 years behind the scenes to get this passed. And then the first we hear about it is, like I said, July. The first people you need to speak to is the Oliver Park GID. That's the neighborhood behind the old lakeside, including all the property owners and the renters back there. We're all in very close communication. It's not a very large neighborhood. And since this hospital will have a massive impact on the people who live there, you need to involve the neighborhood that is most affected in this process directly. So instead of simply throwing an area plan over the wall at some point in the future, we need to be involved in creating it because, like I said, Barton's just told us, well, we're just going to do what you do to the limit of what you guys tell us. Accordingly, there are some other people who I'm sure will speak at length about the deficiencies in the current area plan. Number one, an 85-foot height variance on the lakeside of a scenic corridor that is already in non-attainment is an extremely silly idea. A helipad there, the noise impact of helicopter flights right now, literally overshadowing a neighborhood is going to be tremendous. And that's something that should probably be restricted to the other side of the highway. But like I said, we don't have anything to go on yet. So please work with the GID, work with the local residents to come up with this plan. We're happy to help. We want to create something that's a net asset to the neighborhood instead of what we have now, which is a net detriment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, John Gurner here. I'm been here since '99 here, obviously Australian accent, but I've been in this community for a very long time, but I actually live in a house on Laura Drive, and the construction, what I'm asking for is some oversight. You know, they've gone through a plan of dewatering, which is basically compacted the soil according to their own contractors on site to 92% compacted. So it's concrete. The first storm we got, there was water running everywhere into the neighborhood. No one from Barton cared. We got very little response from TRPA, and Douglas County ended up coming in with a code violation to try and get something better done for their water management plan. It doesn't appear, looking at the plans, I'm not an engineer, but it doesn't appear like those plans said that it was supposed to be a runway from the top to the bottom of the site and then shooting out onto the street. Probably that's one of the big things. The construction company started at 6 o'clock most mornings, which I got a permit. I'm just across the street. They asked us to start after 8 o'clock. So that was part of my permit. Barton really just hasn't been a good partner. If you look at what they've done on the street, if you look at the footpath, they've taken up 50% of the footpath with their fence. And that fence has got metal up to your shin, poking out halfway across the walkways. The bike path on the back that everyone uses. They've done nothing. They're contacted, they're asked about it. They go, oh, we'll catalogue that, is their favourite term. They catalogued at all our sales at our local meetings. You ask them a question. We'll catalogue that, Mr. Gunner, and we'll get back to you. So the catalogue, I think we all mean, is put it in the filing drawer and eventually goes into the shredder. So what we do ask for from you guys is some oversight on that. Groundwater is an issue. What right now, that has just created a rush of water to our areas of the property, whilst they maybe wanted to dewater their site so Lou Feldman can assure that he's not going to any of the groundwater, which he has. He said no part of the construction, the foundation or anything will be in the groundwater. I'm not really a believer of that based on construction. Groundwater is 4 feet. I think on my property, when you did the survey, it was inches, it was 5 to 7 inches. I don't know how we go across the street 20 feet and we've also all of a sudden going to have 15 to 20 feet before the groundwater. I think we need some oversight on what Barton's doing and how they're managing the process from a community. Most of us are supportive of a hospital. I'm supportive of a hospital, but I don't think we need to be looking at 85 feet. And per Lou Feldman, the helicopter pad is 200 feet from my bedroom. So I think a little bit of oversight and control so we don't become Bartonville would be a wonderful, wonderful thing from the community. They could build a hospital, and they probably would build a hospital where it currently is on the ample land that they've got. And they've only allowed, according to Lou Feldman, 270 car parks. I went and counted what's at Barton, and there is over 800 car parks available for their people and that hospital to run. They run with anywhere, according to their HR manager, Elizabeth Stork, anywhere between 250 to 300 people on a shift. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to address the board?
Good afternoon. My name is Sharon Rusk, and I have lived at Lake Tahoe for 35 years, own homes in Douglas County, have lived down in Oliver Park for the last 15 years. And I love Lake Tahoe, as I think many of us here do. I have always believed in TRPA. You are our stewards. Thank you for everything you do. Really happy to hear about the new funding that we're getting. Enjoyed the summit and all the speeches that were there. I'm here to speak about scenic protection. TRPA, I printed this out, is to protect the scenic quality in the basin of Lake Tahoe. And it says that their maintenance and basin of scenic quality largely depends on the careful regulation of the type of location and intensity of development in certain areas. TRPA's scenic goals are shared by many in the Tahoe Basin. Maintain and restore the scenic qualities of the natural appearing landscape and improve the accessibility of Lake Tahoe for public viewing. Trying to dive into it and understand it, you could probably educate me a little bit more, but it looks like the area where Lakeside Inn is right in a scenic quality. To my understanding, everything on the lakeside of Highway 50 is considered scenic corridor. These are views from our very own Kell Park across the street, looking across Lakeside Inn. And it also in here says it'll protect views from places that are recreational areas. This is a view from Van Sickle looking across Lakeside Inn. You see trees, not an 85-foot structure. Please hold strong when approving future development in our lake. We only have you to count on to protect this lake. Pretty awesome that the science just proved we are not only the third deepest in the world, we are the third oldest in the world. We're all going to be gone. I hope I had another 25, 30 years. Maybe my kids will be here in 80. I have to protect this for them. You have to protect this for us. I appreciate having a hospital. I think it's great. We need the services. We do not need an 85-foot building where it's planned. And we do not need it over one of our best affordable working neighborhoods here, fully occupied, people on bikes, people on scooters, not in cars, working the jobs here. Please protect us. Go slow with this South Shore area plan. Think about this future and our generations to follow, because we're the only ones that can help protect it now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I don't see anyone else in the room or, okay. Okay, how many more in the room for general public comment? I'm just trying to give us a timing. Okay, so these two will be our last in the room, then we're going to go to those online.
Hi, I'm Sharon Skinner. I'm a 52-year resident of Lake Tahoe. And when I think of Tahoe issues, I think of the environment. I think that Tahoe should have been a national park, but because it isn't, we've had the privilege of being able to live here. And because of this privilege, we need to take responsibility for maintaining and preserving this amazing place. like many of us, I have unanswered questions about the environment in this Barton project. And particularly, I'm concerned about the area across the street, the Jennings Pond project that Nevada Conservation has been working on for such a long time. It's an amazing haven for wildlife. And there are few havens left like this around the lake. It breaks my heart to think this park may be affected by sirens and helicopters. And there are very large birds who appear to use the flyway between the ponds at Edgewood and the ponds at Jennings Pond. Will the eagles, osprey, hawks, falcons, egrets, white pelicans be injured by helicopter flights or deterred by sirens? And an 85+ foot building with glass is a problem for birds. Up to 1 billion birds die per year in window collisions on tall buildings. And lastly, according to the best of awards that Barton has been touting, ours is a good hospital. Most of my medical needs have been addressed there. Occasionally, I've been sent to a specialist in Reno. It's an hour's drive. I expect that in a small town. If I were to have a serious recurring health issue, perhaps I would prefer to live in a large city with a large hospital. We're all aware of the poor planning over the years, but please let's remember that what we decide is permanent. We can't afford to make mistakes in such a special and fragile environment. It's all up to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Brent Niddle. I also own a property on Laura Drive directly as close as you can get to this potential Barton project. And we didn't know anything about it. I found out about last second when it was going to get approved in Douglas County. And we've been doing research ever since, trying to figure out what's going on. What we're finding out is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but there's an area plan. If Douglas County can get this area plan through, then the TRPA jurisdiction is not as stringent. And so this is why everybody's motivated, number one, to get it through quickly and get it through without telling anybody about it. The other thing is there's a presentation being put on by Barton that has TRPA's name on it, Douglas County's name on it, obviously Barton's name on it. They're putting these renderings that are 42 feet tall. That is not what they're asking. They're asking for 85 feet. At 85 feet, Barton is also pushing the property as far as they can against Laura Drive, which is the west part of their property. At 85 feet, these people upstairs will see into my backyard, without a doubt. And so I'm asking you to look at that. I'm also asking you to look at the helicopter. I'm also asking for somebody to push back on Douglas County and take the reins of this. It's been going on for 2 years is what we found out. When I talked to TRPA staff, they say, hey, it's not us. We take a back seat to this one because Douglas County is leading this one. And that's my understanding. So they're waiting for Douglas County to do something. Somebody's got to help Douglas County make a good decision here. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. And now we'll go to our online callers. I see some hands up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 5 hands up. The first hand up is Michael's iPhone. Michael, if you could please unmute and state your full name for the record and make your comment.
Michael, can you hear us?
Oh, Michael put their hand down. The next hand up is Toby Tyler. Toby, please unmute to make your comment.
Hi, Toby Tyler with the Sierra Club. The Sierra Club Tahoe Area Club provides the following comments regarding the governing board agenda item number 8B, Lake Tahoe Dam concrete investigation. We agree that a geotechnical investigation is needed. However, we believe that TRPA is responsible for permit oversight of the project. In addition to Lahontan Water Board, TRPA is shirking its duty under the compact and deferring to Lahontan Water Board under an MOU that does not apply in this case. The staff report for this item states that, quote, reclamation will not be making application with TRPA for the concrete borings, as Lahontan RWQCB will be issuing a notice of applicability under the order consistent with the Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, between TRPA and Lahontan RWQCB, unquote. I provided the MOU between TRPA and Lahontan Water Board in my letter to you last night. This MOU referred to in the staff report states on page 4, number 8, the following, quote, the MOU does not affect projects or activities within the mutual jurisdiction of the Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board and TRPA in the Truckee River watershed downstream of Lake Tahoe, unquote. Therefore, the Bureau of Reclamation must apply to TRPA for investigative borings below the dam, and TRPA must oversee and permit these activities. I'd also like to speak on item 8A, the State of the Lake Report, and offer a suggestion that I have spoken or emailed several of you to about, and that is TRPA to be leader, as it claims it is, to issue a single-wide plastic ban. As Alex Forrest stated, quote, it's important to try to keep plastics out, unquote. The Sierra Club Tahoe Area Group has provided the single-use plastic ban proposal to many of you. I encourage you all to review that and respond accordingly. As the only basin-wide agency with the capacity to institute a ban. Thanks for considering these comments.
Thanks, Ms. Tyler. Next.
Next hand raised is Evan Dreyer. Evan, please unmute to make your comment.
Good afternoon, everyone. Evan Dreyer, lead organizer at the Tahoe Load Removal Project here. We're a community initiative focused on removing the old inactive telecom cables from the lake. When I last submitted a public comment at the April meeting, the situation was a very uncertain state, and I'm very happy today that's no longer the case. As stated earlier, last week, AT&T and the California Sports Fishing Protection Alliance entered into a final consent decree, whereas AT&T reaffirmed their commitment to remove the lead cables as they originally did back in November 2021. We're celebrating this tremendous development, especially since they committed to doing so by November 30th of this year. The main reason for our comment today is that we want to publicly thank AT&T for this action and ensure we publicly state in this forum that we are in full support of AT&T completing the project as outlined in this new consent decree. We would encourage TRPA, all involved agencies, partners, and contractors to make all efforts to deliver this important work as soon as possible. All the stakeholders have our support and partnership on the road ahead. We're standing by ready to help. Over the last 5 months, we've been preparing our permits and plans to do the work ourselves if it eventually came to that. One of the benefits of that due diligence is that we can confirm in speaking with engineers and reviewing the previous permits issued that this work can be done in less than a month and as short as 10 days, verifying that removal by November 30th of this year is achievable with proper planning. The second reason we want to speak today is we want to thank TRPA. Back in May, when we reached out to all 7 agencies, we didn't know how our efforts would be received given the pending litigation, and TRPA was fantastic partners. Within 2 weeks, we had an in-person meeting, and that engagement really meant the world to us. It was very valuable, and the feedback we got in those discussions were directly applied and the impetus for us to do some important things like work with lawyers on our submission. So just wanted to thank TRPA once again. So in closing, we look forward to evolving our efforts as a community to complement this consent decree while also implementing the feedback and some of the skepticism that people have that have signed our petition. We'll continue to show those interests. Our work will not be complete until the lead is out. So while this has been a great week to have this commitment reaffirmed, until the lead is out, we're going to continue to pushing for this outcome. And we look forward to continuing to partner with TRPA until this is achieved. So you'll hear plenty more coming from us in the coming weeks as we continue to support this work, ensure the proper contingencies are in place. And we really appreciate TRPA continue to remain engaged on this issue. Very exciting to hear it referenced in this meeting. And we look forward to together bringing accountability to making sure that this important work is completed. So thank you, everyone. And hopefully this can serve as a great example of that the big project can get done in the right way. So appreciate everyone's time.
Thank you, Mr. Dreyer. We look forward to celebrating those cables coming out of the lake. Next caller.
Next hand raised only has first name on Zoom, Deanna. Deanna, if you could state your full name for the record and unmute to make your comment.
Yes, thank you. My name is Deanna Boyette, and I live in Rubicon Bay. I want to speak to the Homewood Project. I appreciate everyone.
Deanna, Deanna, I apologize. We're not to that item yet. We're still at the governing board meeting. So
thank you.
Save your comments. We'll call on you in a minute. Are there any other callers wishing to address the governing board on public interest comments?
Last hand raised is Alan Miller. Alan, please unmute to make your comment.
Hi, I'm Alan Miller, civil engineer, water quality background, 25 years with the Regional Water Quality Control Board. And I want to speak on the State of the Lake report and a presentation by Mr. Forrest, the interim director at TRPA, and acknowledge that many of his comments echoed the comments I made in my written statements provided for this item. And, you know, what he was pointing out was that their testing so far has not gone below 335 microns, where the clarity of Lake Tahoe is affected at levels below 20 microns. And so that's the level of microplastics when they degrade down to truly, you know, microscopic molecular sized particles. And he said, you know, we have double what we can measure, double what we can measure. So it's important that we keep plastics out, he said. Yeah. Their devices can't differentiate between types of plastic, so they really don't know what is out there in terms of particles. And yet they have the correct focus, which is on clarity, because that will greatly help to take care of quality. And it's not something that's beyond your control, Ms. Aldine. This is what I've been complaining about to the TRPA, to their mute silence now for years, is there's no testing needed here. You can see clearly that the docks and shoreline structures that you've approved in the thousands at Lake Tahoe on the shore zone are deteriorating, and they're contributing particles directly into the water. So we're not talking about MPs in Antarctic snow. And it's just remarkable to me that TRPA is just continuing to play subterfuge and spending the public money in the hundreds of thousands of dollars for testing that isn't going to help to develop a policy, when what you need to do is get busy with the policy and start controlling plastic inputs into Lake Tahoe, just as Mr. Forrest said. And I'm just going to keep raising the issue until you recognize that your inaction is not going to be helpful. It's not going to lead to the outcome that you hope. And you're going to be known as the Tahoe Regional Plastics Agency for a reason if you don't get with it really quick here.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. I don't see any other hands raised. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, then we're going to close our public comment. Thank you all for your public comments that we received this afternoon. And then staff, are there any further clarifications on that, on any of the information? Then I'd look for a motion to adjourn. I have a motion. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? I didn't think so. Okay, thanks.